Every resident of New York is aware of the existence of houses, used especially as places for the meeting of the sexes, with a view to illicit intercourse. But so carefully have all particulars respecting them been concealed from the public gaze, that very little more than this mere fact is generally known, particularly with reference to those of a higher grade. Secrecy is necessary to their continuance, and essential for the maintenance of the social position of their patrons. The most exclusive are generally situated in the quietest and most respectable portion of the city. They are fitted up neatly, and even luxuriously, but without any extravagant or gaudy display. Their arrangements, of course, do not require reception or sitting rooms, and the whole care bestowed upon them is lavished on the bedchambers, the appointments of which contain every possible comfort and convenience. The keepers of this class of houses are generally very shrewd, quiet, cautious women, who never seek to penetrate into any engagements made by their visitors, who never know any person that enters their house, and from whom it is impossible to obtain information by any means. In fact, it has been said that the keepers and servants around these places have neither eyes, ears, nor tongues. Money is confessedly their object, and as they receive liberal pay, self-interest dictates quietness, because if they adopted any other course, their houses would inevitably become known to the public, which would be an effectual barrier against visitors, and result in an entire loss of their customers. Consequently, if a liberal bribe could ever induce treachery, their shrewdness enables them to discern that such an act would at once and forever close their establishments. It will be readily understood that, as the intrinsic value of these houses as places for meeting depends upon the secrecy and selectness with which they are operated, in order to carry out this principle fully, arrangements are made with much precision. Two parties are not allowed to meet casually in the halls or staircases. The keeper maintains a strict watch, in order that ingress and egress may be free and uninterrupted, and there can be little doubt that the desire to make money on her side, and the fascination of illicit passion on the part of her visitors, conjointly tend to ensure more actual secrecy than could be obtained by any system pg 567 of oaths or discipline. In some of the most exclusive, the system is carried to such an extreme that no accommodation will be afforded to parties unless the gentleman has been previously introduced to the proprietress, and his character for secrecy and integrity vouched for by some person with whom she is acquainted. This rule is adopted to prevent the possibility of the house becoming known as a place of assignation to anyone who might use his knowledge to the prejudice of the keeper or her visitors. No public women reside in these houses, nor would they be admitted under any pretext, as such a course would attract attention and defeat the purposes contemplated. Many of them are open for months without the knowledge of the neighbors or of the police of the district, as visitors very rarely enter or leave together, and to prevent any delay the outer door is generally kept unlocked, so that persons pass immediately into the hall, where a second door, with a bell attached, is generally found. The business of these houses is done mainly during the promenade hours of Broadway, say from 11 or 12 to 4 or 5 o'clock. The visitors are confined to the upper walks of life, the men being of all sorts of business, and the women exclusively from our fashionable society. If the mysterious personal advertisements in the daily papers could be understood by the outside world, it would be seen that appointments are not unfrequently made through their agency. Arrangements for a meeting are generally made with the keepers in advance, and at the designated time, the parties arrive from different directions and proceed direct to the room which has been already selected. If they wish it, they can obtain wine or refreshments by ringing a bell in their apartment. A majority of the females who visit these places can scarcely be called prostitutes, notwithstanding their undeniable fall from virtue. They sin but with one individual, and that, in many cases, from positive affection, and in others from the desire of sexual gratification. Whatever may be the motive, it does not concern the keeper of the house, whose only business is to receive the rent of her room, which ranges from $2 or $3 upward to any amount that policy or the desire to ensure secrecy may dictate. Doubtless, very few of the visitors regard money in their negotiations. Females are very frequently closely veiled when they enter the house, so that their features cannot be recognized, as has been illustrated in trials for divorce in the city, especially if the prior arrangements for the meeting have been made by the PG 568 gentleman. If, on the other hand, the lady takes the preliminary steps, she can scarcely be unknown to the proprietress, in whose keeping she consequently places her character. The unsuspecting moral men of New York will scarcely credit these facts, but men of the world know that such meetings and places for meeting are not uncommon. It may be objected that the exposure of these mysteries imparts information, which may lead the uninitiated into similar practices. It is believed that the information here given is not sufficiently definite for this end, and certainly, nothing could be farther from the design of this work than to aid an immoral purpose. But it is a duty to record the general facts, in order that our citizens may be aware of the dangers that abound on every side. And particularly is it necessary because many of the female visitors are married women who take advantage of the absence of their husbands at business. A question will arise: who are the women that keep these houses? That they cannot have lived as common prostitutes or been the keepers of houses of prostitution is evident. In the first place, the acquaintances they would have made in either of those avocations would preclude the possibility of their maintaining the inviolable secrecy necessary in a house of assignation. And again, no female would enter a place of this description, the keeper of which would be likely to betray her. It is apprehended that some of these houses originate in the following manner. In fact, we know of more than one that did commence so. A female engaged in an intrigue which she cannot carry out at her own residence, and desiring a place of security for her meetings, has an acquaintance with some shrewd woman, possibly one who works for her as seamstress, or in some other capacity, whom she makes partially a confidant. She tells her that she is desirous of seeing a gentleman, whom, for some particular reason, she cannot invite to her house, and asks if she will accommodate her with a room in which the interview can take place. It is not likely that a person who felt under any obligation to her employer would refuse such a request, especially for so simple a purpose as a short conversation. The meeting accordingly takes place, and a handsome present is made her. It is frequently repeated, until she becomes suspicious, and finally satisfied that these interviews are for the purpose of sexual intercourse. By this time, it has become a question of policy with her. She argues that if she refuses to extend any future accommodation, she will lose not only a PG 569 considerable income from the presents, but also all employment from the lady. She knows that by allowing such meetings, she realizes considerably more than she can procure by her daily labor, and self-interest is generally strong enough to overcome her scruples. She goes on extending her accommodations and enlarging the circle of her visitors, until she becomes mistress of a select house of assignation, which will be always liberally patronized so long as her power of maintaining the requisite secrecy remains unimpeached. Some of these women are from distant cities, entire strangers in New York, except to their immediate customers. If they are widows who have children, these are invariably educated away from home. From the privacy observed, it is very difficult to estimate their receipts, which must be large. They sometimes degenerate into keepers of houses of public prostitution, and then become dangerous members of society, on account of the secrets which have been entrusted to them. Probably some of our ultra-fashionable citizens might be enabled to give more particulars of these houses than are here collected. What has been stated is gathered from authentic sources, and may command implicit belief. Indeed, so trustworthy is the authority that it may be confidently asserted that even Fifth Avenue and Union Square are not exempt from these resorts. Such houses must be regarded as the connecting link between the licentious excesses of the capitals of Europe and this city of the New World. They are dangerous from their secrecy and exclusiveness. As yet they are rare, and it speaks well for the morals of our upper classes that they are so. It shows that the majority of people in the higher walks of life are untainted, but the course of deterioration has commenced. Will not American good sense and American morality check this base imitation of a foreign custom? The recently avowed sentiments, or rather the resuscitation of sentiments, which were proclaimed years ago respecting the obligations of marriage and the theory of free love, have doubtless increased the patrons of houses of assignation among our fashionable novel-reading people, or weak romantic heads made giddy by the sudden acquisition of wealth. For the last 15 years, a loose code of morals has been promulgated among us, the foreign apostles of which many of them pretending to nobility, but being in truth mere adventurers have visited us, and by them, and through their influence, many intrigues have originated. A spice PG 570 of romance in the American character has induced many to join this movement in search of adventure, while a portion of our female society are ardent admirers of everything foreign, be it a lord or a lace veil, and these delight in an intrigue because it is an exotic. The facilities of communication with Europe are now so great that American travel on that continent is largely on the increase, and perhaps there are at this time in the cities of continental Europe more representatives of our society than of any other nation. Many of our people go there with the laudable desire to improve their minds by general culture, or for the study of particular branches of science or art, but it is to be regretted that some come back to our shores with ideas calculated to be anything but beneficial to their native country in a social or moral point of view. The sons of our staid and solid men go to the capital of the French Empire to study medicine. Apart from the impropriety of this course, when there are the same facilities for study here, where a few seconds of lightning intercourse will place them in immediate communication with their friends, instead of their being separated 4,000 miles from parents and guardians, does the end justify the means? What course do these young men frequently pursue? Unable to speak the language intelligibly, they resort to the acquaintance of a grisette, in order to study in her company. The language they acquire by this means is, at best, a vulgar patois, but they also obtain a knowledge of intrigue entirely incompatible with the simplicity and purity of our republican institutions, a species of male and female diplomacy foreign to the character of our people. Young ladies, too, when they return from a foreign tour, are more fascinated with the charms and successes of the favored mistress of some European prince or potentate than benefited by the useful solid lessons of travel. With them, as with the others, it is all superficiality. Superficial when they started, superficial while traveling, they are still more superficial when they return. There are always weak-minded people in this country who will ape foreign manners, and to this cause must be assigned the gradual approximation of our fashionable society to the vices of the European capitals, their ladylike and gentlemanlike frailties, their genteel peccadilloes and affectations. The effects of foreign travel upon such persons cannot but be injurious. It demands a clear head and a sound heart to decide between the vicious pg 571 frivolities and the positive goods submitted to their notice, and with the class mentioned, it requires but little judgment to know which will first attract them. They must see Lord A or Count B, no matter what valuable opportunities for instruction they miss. They must become au fait in the observances of courts and the manners of courtiers, no matter what else they leave undone. As remedial measures for another evil are elsewhere spoken of, this may be an appropriate place to suggest for profound consideration whether it would not be a wise policy to adopt some preventive system for this evil. We might establish a phrenological and psychological bureau, armed with full powers to examine all persons desiring to travel, so as to ascertain whether they may safely make the grand tour and have sufficient strength of intellect and firmness of principle to resist the vitiating influences and examples which will surround them there, so that they may return only with a knowledge of the good and valuable lessons taught. But the evils of foreign manners and customs are not imported solely by the traveling class of our own community. The political turmoils of Europe in the last 8 or 10 years have thrown among us numerous refugees who have been reared in the hotbeds of intrigue, and who, styling themselves artistes, depend upon our unexampled prosperity, the increase of our wealth, the improvement of our country, and our known predilections for foreigners, to enable them to make a living, and also to establish the same state of morals and manners existing in the cities whence they came. The United States are now the great harvest field for art, which, with science, music, and poetry, aids to improve the mind. At the same time, these bring with them an excessive devotion to fashion, both in dress and manners, as the low-necked dress and the lascivious waltz, which are so decidedly positive degenerations from our normal state that none but the most superficial will ever copy. That we are rapidly introducing many of the most absurd follies and worst vices of Europe is a patent fact. Almost everyone can specify acts now tolerated in respectable families, which, so far from being permitted 15 years ago, would have been thought by our plain common-sense parents amply sufficient to warrant the exclusion of the offender from the domestic circle. And it is an equally conspicuous fact that our social morality is deteriorating in a direct ratio to the introduction of these habits. pg 572, every day, makes the system of New York more like that of the most depraved capitals of continental Europe, and it remains for the good innate sense of the bulk of the American people to say how much farther we shall proceed in this frivolous, intriguing, and despicable manner of living, or whether they will not strive to perpetuate the stern morality of the Puritan fathers, are great moral safeguards so far, and thus put an effectual barrier against the inroads of a torrent, which must undermine our whole social fabric, and finally crush us beneath the ruins. The second class of assignation houses are, to a great extent, private, but not so rigidly exclusive as the others. Their furniture is of the same luxurious style, but of a more gaudy character. Generally, the same routine is observed in regard to entrance as in those of the first class. The principal portion of the females who resort to them are married women, most of whom are from the upper classes, whose sexual passions are not gratified elsewhere, or who resort to this means to obtain more money to expend in dress. Kept mistresses, residing with their lovers as husband and wife in hotels or boarding houses, whose attachment is not strong enough to keep them faithful to one man. Occasionally, the best class of serving women, or shopwomen, or females whose occupations, such as milliners, artificial florists, etc., lead them into contact with the fashionable classes. It is told on good authority that there are husbands cognizant of the fact that their wives visit such places, and who live wholly or in part upon money earned in this way. These cases are not supposed to be numerous, but it is to be hoped, for the credit of our national character, that the number will become still smaller. A few prostitutes of the upper grades sometimes visit this class of houses. They are known to the keeper, and she encourages them for the following reason. An habitu of the place will make an appointment to visit it at a specified time, and he tells the keeper he would wish to meet a female there. At the appointed day, his wishes are gratified, the keeper having acted as negotiator with one of the girls mentioned. More wine is consumed in these houses than in the strictly select ones, probably from the different class who frequent them. The third-class houses of assignation are not situated in such select parts of the city as are the other two classes. Some of them are managed with much privacy and seclusion, while others are simply houses of public prostitution on a large scale. Their principal female patrons are those prostitutes who have rebelled against PG 573, the exorbitant charges made by keepers of fashionable houses, and shopgirls who resort to prostitution to augment their income. Many of these live some distance uptown, and anyone who is journeying downward in the after part of the day may see numbers of them going to these places in the cars and stages. This is another imitation of the French and English systems. Very little disguise is attempted about these third-class houses. Each has a parlor or reception room where a man can have a bottle of wine, and one or two of the girls named will join him. Of course, many couples visit there, but a large number of men go alone, knowing that there are always women in the house. Fast young men about town are in the habit of keeping their mistresses at these houses, as more economical than boarding with them at hotels. Considerable disease is propagated in such places, a contingency from which the first and second classes are almost entirely exempt. Business is generally over here in 3 or 4 hours, commencing in the dusk of the evening, but it is unquestionably a source of considerable revenue to the keeper, particularly in those cases where she acts as procuress, since, in addition to the rent of the room which the man pays, she always receives a present from the woman. There is another or fourth class of assignation houses, to which the commonest portion of streetwalkers take their company, and these may be emphatically described by an old saying, cheap and nasty. Dirty and insufficient accommodations are the equivalents for low prices, and such places are, in the general estimation of connoisseurs, very low and despicable. Notwithstanding this, they thrive and multiply, from which it may safely be inferred that they are profitable in a business point of view, repulsive as they may be in their features and arrangements. Some of them are ingeniously arranged with a view to robbery, and are called panel houses. The plan adopted is somewhat as follows. Some man, generally a countryman not very well informed in the tricks of the metropolis, meets with a prostitute, and agrees to accompany her to an assignation house. She is in league with the panel thieves, and therefore introduces her victim to one of their rooms. The apartment seldom contains more furniture than a bed and a chair or lounge, with the floor covered with a thick carpet. To make assurance doubly sure, the man himself locks the door by which he enters, and when undressing, naturally throws his clothes upon the chair or lounge. The PG 574 bedstead is placed so that the feet come toward the only apparent door in the room, with one side against the wall, and the head and other side hung with curtains, which the woman carefully draws as soon as the man lies down by her side. At the head of the bed, and of course concealed by the drapery from anyone occupying it, is another door, which forms the secret entrance. It is so adroitly arranged and so neatly covered with paper the same as the walls that no one would suspect its existence. The hinges and fastening on the outside are oiled, so that no noise can be perceived when it is opened, and the operator steals with cat-like step over the carpet and quietly examines the clothes without alarming the unsuspecting stranger. The thief completes his inspection, appropriates as much as he thinks proper, and the temporary occupant of the apartment resumes his clothes and prepares to leave. If his suspicions are excited by the circumstance that his wallet looks less plethoric than it did, and an examination reveals that some of its contents are missing, he knows not how to account for it. He is perfectly certain that no one has entered that room while he was there, and if he has visited much before meeting the girl, he concludes that he must have lost some of his money in his career, and that the only way is to take the loss contentedly and avoid New York fascinations in future. Sometimes the loser has not enough philosophy for this, and if he can be certain that his money was right when he entered the room, will call in the police, and thus expose the secret arrangements of the establishment. This is comparatively a rare case, as most men would rather submit to a pecuniary loss than encounter the trouble and exposure attending a criminal prosecution, and the knowledge of this reluctance enables the panel thieves to pursue their operations almost with impunity. pg 575. Chapter 36. New York Extent, Effects, and Cost of Prostitution. Number of public prostitutes. Opinion of Chief of Police in 1856. Effects on prostitution of commercial panic of 1857. Extravagant surmises. Police investigation of May 1858. Private prostitutes. Aggregate prostitution. Visitors from the suburbs of New York. Strangers. Proportion of prostitutes to population. Syphilis. Danger of infection. Increase of venereal disease. Statistics of cases treated in Island Hospital, Blackwell's Island. Primary syphilis and its indications. Cases of venereal disease in public institutions. Almshouse, workhouse, penitentiary, Bellevue Hospital, Nursery Hospital, Randall's Island. Emigrants Hospital, Ward's Island. New York City Hospital, dispensaries, medical colleges. Kings County Hospital, Brooklyn City Hospital. Seamen's Retreat, Staten Island. Summary of cases treated in public institutions. Private treatment, advertisers, patent medicines, drugstores, aggregate of venereal disease, probabilities of infection, cost of prostitution. Capital invested in houses of prostitution and assignation, dancing saloons, etc. Income of prostitutes. Individual expenses of visitors, medical expenses, vagrancy and pauper expenses, police and judiciary expenses, correspondence with leading cities of the United States, estimated prostitution throughout the Union, remarks on Tate's prostitution in Edinburgh, unfounded estimates, national statistics of population, births, education, occupation, wages, pauperism, crime, breweries and distilleries, and nativities. The preceding chapters have given a statistical and descriptive account of prostitution in New York. Before considering what measures can be best applied for the amelioration of its accompanying evils, it will be necessary to ascertain the extent of the system, and this inquiry must include the number of abandoned women in the city and the amount of venereal infection propagated through their agency. It has been assumed in these pages that the 2,000 women, whose replies form the basis of the statistical tables, represent about one-third of the aggregate prostitution of New York. This is allowing an increase of 20%. During the winter of 18,578, in consequence of the commercial panic of last autumn and the resulting paralysis of trade and suffering of the laboring community. In the progress of this investigation, it was deemed advisable to consult those whose acquaintance with the details of city life would entitle their opinions to confidence as to the actual number of prostitutes within our limits. And in addition to much pg 576 information obtained privately, the following correspondence took place with the then Chief of Police. Copy. Resident Physician's Office, Blackwell's Island. New York, September 1, 1856. George W. Matsell, Esquire, Chief of Police. Dear Sir, during the last 20 years, various estimates have been made by different persons, foreigners and natives, interested and not interested, as to the number of prostitutes in the city of New York. It is generally supposed that they reach the large number of 25 or 30,000. You, sir, have been at the head of the police department of the city for the past 15 years, while previous to that time you acted, if I mistake not, as one of the police justices of the city. I presume, therefore, that you have a considerable knowledge of prostitution as it exists here, and consequently can give a very correct opinion as to the number of prostitutes in New York City. You will greatly oblige me if, at your earliest leisure, and in any form most convenient to yourself, you will state what you believe to be the total number of prostitutes now in the city. It is proper to add that, with your permission, I intend to publish this letter, with your answer, in the report on prostitution which I am preparing, and shall soon have the honor to lay before the public. Yours respectfully, William W. Sanger, Resident Physician, Blackwell's Island. Reply. Office of the Chief of Police, New York, Dec. 12, 1856. Dr. William W. Sanger. Dear Sir, I received your letter asking me to express, in writing, my estimate of the whole number of known public prostitutes in the city of New York. In the absence of any law compelling the registering of public prostitutes, it would be very difficult to testify with accuracy to the exact number of such persons in the city. I have no hesitancy in stating that, in my opinion, they do not number over 5,000 persons, if indeed they reach so high a figure. Having been engaged in public life for many years, my opinion is based on the observations made by me from time to time, and from various official reports made to me. You are at liberty to make such use of this answer to your interrogatory as you may deem proper. Very respectfully yours, Geo. W. Matsell, Chief of Police. This communication, in addition to the facts gleaned from other sources, was amply sufficient to warrant the conclusion that the known public prostitutes in New York did not exceed 577,000 in number at the close of the year 1856. Then ensued the summer, with its artificial inflation, that false prosperity, which excites unbounded hopes and stimulates to measureless extravagance, followed by the revulsion and panic of the fall and winter. Trade was literally dead. Operatives, never too well paid, were threatened with starvation. Females, particularly, felt the rigid pressure of the times. In many families, the embarrassments of the fathers compelled a reduction of the servants employed, and a large number of domestics were added to the aggregate of that class already out of situations. The occupations of the army of seamstresses, dressmakers, milliners, and tailoresses were suspended, and their struggles for bread were merged in the general cry for labor. It was, in short, a trying time alike for the sufferers and the observers. But one resort seemed available. The poor workless, houseless, foodless woman must have recourse to prostitution as a means of preserving life. As usual in any time of great excitement, surmise ran actually wild as to the extent of the consequences, and extravagant theories abounded. One gentleman actually stating in a public meeting that 1,000 virtuous girls were becoming prostitutes every week through sheer starvation. An assertion so appalling as this is its own refutation. It assumes that one woman in every 100 of the female population of New York City, between the ages of 15 and 30 years, became a prostitute every week. And therefore, during the 6 months of fall and winter, 26,000 women, 1/4 of the inhabitants of the ages named, 1 in every 4 of all the women under middle age, would have been forced into vice. The practice of jumping at conclusions upon serious matters like this is much to be reprehended. An exaggerated statement made in the fervor of enthusiasm, while advocating a benevolent object, must always recoil to the injury of the cause it is intended to promote. It will be necessary only to consider for a moment the financial condition of New York to be convinced that such an increase of prostitution was impossible. It cannot be denied that the number of abandoned women is regulated by the demand, or that the only inducement which could lead virtuous girls to the course alleged must have been the necessity to earn money for subsistence. But this necessity to earn money was felt as strongly by men as by women. The revulsion for a time left a large portion of the community without resources. Merchants, manufacturers, and storekeepers pg 578 found their receipts inadequate to meet their expenditures. Commercial employees, bookkeepers, clerks, salesmen, and agents were discharged. Mechanics in every branch were without work, and consequently without wages. Merchants from other parts of the country had no money to meet their liabilities or make fresh purchases, and therefore did not visit the city as usual. These causes combined to reduce the business of houses of prostitution, and instead of large accessions to the ranks of courtesans, many of this very class were forced to seek a refuge in the public charitable institutions. Hence arose the increase in the denizens of Blackwell's Island, where hospital, almshouse, workhouse, and penitentiary were alike overcrowded. Some of the places vacated by these recipients of eleemosynary aid were doubtless filled by new recruits, but the supposition that 1,000 were added every week would imply a change in the whole corps every 6 weeks, or a change nearly 5 times completed during the fall and winter. That female virtue was yielded in many instances cannot, unfortunately, be doubted, but the sufferers did not become public prostitutes. Poor creatures! They surrendered themselves unwillingly to some temporary acquaintance, probably in gratitude for assistance already rendered, or anticipating aid to be afforded. There is something truly melancholy in the consideration that bread had to be purchased at such a price, that the only alternative lay between voluntary dishonor and killing indigence. It is but charity to conclude that the woman who thus acted, if her subsequent course was not a continuous life of abandonment, was impelled by the stern necessity of the times, rather than induced by a laxity of moral feeling. Unchaste as she must be admitted, she can scarcely be deemed a prostitute in the ordinary acceptation of the word. It would be foolish to deny all increase of prostitution since the date of the correspondence just transcribed. The population of New York is now some 30 or 40,000 more than at that time, and female degradation has extended as a natural consequence. Relying upon the estimate of 5,000 as correct at the time made, the subsequent augmentation of inhabitants would suppose an addition of about 300 prostitutes, but to take the widest scope, and assume that the debasement required by hunger degenerated into a habit of confirmed vice, it may be admitted that the number of abandoned women in New York has pg. 579 increased from 5,000 in 1856 to 6,000 in 1858. This is a very liberal estimate, and the total assigned is certainly not too small. How much it may be in excess cannot be said with precision, but in an argument of this nature, it is safer to err in the direction of overstating an evil than to be lulled into false security by too flattering a representation. The known public prostitutes of New York are thus presumed to amount to 6,000 at the present day, but to this number exceptions might be taken. To secure farther accuracy, additional evidence was sought. In the month of May, 1858, the assistance of the Board of Metropolitan Police Commissioners was requested, and, under the direction of its President General James W. Nye, to whom our acknowledgments are respectfully tendered for his courtesy and aid, a list of queries was submitted to the inspector of each police precinct. Below is a copy of the circular, with a synopsis of the replies. Copy. Office of the Metropolitan Police Commissioners. New York, May 1, 1858. Inspector, Police Precinct. Sir, you will please report to this office as early as possible on the questions given below. Let your answers be full and explicit, to the best of your knowledge and belief. Space is left below each query for the insertion of your replies, and you will therefore write them on the sheet and return it without delay. 1. How many houses of prostitution, from the most public to the most private, are there in your police district? 2. How many houses of assignation are there in your district? 3. How many dancing saloons, liquor and lager beer stores are there in your district, where prostitutes are in the habit of assembling, in addition to the known houses of prostitution? 4. How many prostitutes do you suppose reside in your district? pg 580 Synopsis of replies. Precincts reported by houses of prostitution, houses of assignation, dancing saloons, liquor or lager beer stores where prostitutes assemble. Estimated numbers of prostitutes. 1. Inspector James Silvey, 22,376. 2. Hart B. Weed, 112. 3. J. A. P. Hopkins, 926. 4. Morris DeCamp, 3513, 8750. 5. Henry Hutchings, 63, 746, 420. 6. Acting Inspector Lush, 52, 612, 228. 7. Inspector John Cameron, 6, 4, 100. 8. 100. S. Turnbull, 43, 15, 300. 9. Jacob, 50. Sebring, 50. 10. T. 100. Davis, 26, 14, 100. 11. Peter Squires, 1250. 12. Galen P. Porter. 13. Thomas Steers, 1548, 150. 14. J. J. Williamson, 39, 5, 125. 15 G. W. Dilks, 519-7, 175. 16 Samuel Carpenter, 6 410 500. 17 J. W. Hart, 23 6 150. 18 Thuron R. Bennett, 13 250. 19 James Bryan 5 12 30. 20 F. 1000. Curry 15 15 250. 21 Francis Spate 1510 675. 22 James E. Coulter 1450. Totals 378.89, 151, 38.57. Upon some of the reports are notes, which may be extracted. Inspector Silve, 1st District, says, in answer to question 4, there are to my knowledge 76 common prostitutes living in this precinct. Inspector de Camp, 4th District, says, in answer to question 4, 350 who reside in houses of prostitution, 150 kept mistresses, 150 who reside in the ward, and prostitute themselves in this and other wards, and probably 100 occasional prostitutes. Inspector Hutchings, 5th District, in answer to question 3, classifies the resorts as dancing rooms 2, saloons and cigar stores 31, lager beer stores 13, and in answer to question 4, subdivides the prostitutes into whites 360, blacks 60. Acting Inspector Lush, 6th District, says, in answer to question 4, 178 known prostitutes whose names we have, supposed to be at least 50 more residing in the district. PG 581 Inspector Cameron, 7th District, in answer to question 3, classifies the resorts into lager beer stores 3, cigar store 1, and in answer to question 4 says, can give no reliable information, probably 100. Inspector Sebring, 9th District, says, in answer to question 1, this precinct does not contain any houses of prostitution that I am aware of, and in reply to question 4, scattered through the precinct there are probably 50. Inspector Squires, 11th District, says, in answer to question 1, none, properly speaking. There are many low drinking places where dissipated persons of both sexes often meet, and where, no doubt, prostitution is sometimes practiced, but no regular houses of that character. To question 3, there are about a dozen lager beer saloons where Dutch girls of loose character assemble and dance at night. They do not remain long in the same place, but when driven from one place they locate in another. To question 4, I presume there are 50 young women and married women, some of whom pass for respectable persons, who are in the habit of going across to the 8th, 15th, and other disreputable wards for purposes of prostitution, and some of the lowest of these are even said to visit the 5th ward, but I have never been able to ascertain this fact positively. Inspector Porter, 12th District says, this precinct, comprising all that portion of the island north of 86th Street, is not infested with any of the evils enumerated in the within questions. Inspector Williamson, 14th District, says, in answer to question 4, I should suppose about 125. Inspector Carpenter, 16th District, says, in answer to question 4, it is generally conceded by those of us who presume to know that there are in this precinct at least 500 prostitutes, of all ages, nations, grades, and colors. Inspector Hart, 17th District, says, in answer to question 4, this being a hard question to answer, the answer must be taken as entirely guesswork, supposed to be about 150. Inspector Curry, 20th District, says, in answer to question 4, probably 200 or 300, but this is mere guesswork. We know there are a great many, some of them very young. Those reports from which no extracts have been made consist PG 582 simply of figures, without any remarks, and are given fully in the synopsis. It will be observed that all the officers quoted give the number of prostitutes more as a conjecture than a certainty, and although their avocations would lead them to know most of the disreputable women in their several districts, none of them assume to be so thoroughly informed as to be enabled to answer positively. To the numbers they give must be added the floating prostitute population of station houses, city and district prisons, hospitals, workhouse, almshouse, and penitentiary, which varies from 1,000 to 2,000, and may be taken at an average of 1,500. This, with those known to the police, makes a total of 5357, and the balance of 643 required to raise the number to 6,000 is but a moderate allowance for those who have escaped the eyes of the officers when taking the census. As before remarked, it is better to overestimate than underestimate the abandoned women of the city. But to this number are to be added those whose calling is so effectually disguised as to prevent its being known, those who practice prostitution in addition to some legitimate occupation, and those who resort to illicit pleasures for the indulgence of their passions. To obtain information on these points, some supplementary questions were addressed to the captains of police at the commencement of this investigation in 1856, and their replies are now submitted. The first inquiry was, how many houses of assignation are there in your district? It was known when this interrogatory was propounded that the secrecy maintained in these places would in some instances baffle the keenness, not often at fault, of our shrewdest police officers, and no surprise was felt when their replies indicated that only 74 of these houses were known. To them, reliable information from other sources led to the conviction that this was understated. The investigation of May, 1858, fixes the number at 89, which is also too low, and we shall be perfectly justified in estimating the number of houses of assignation in New York at 100. The next question was, what, to the best of your belief, are the average number of visitors to such houses every 24 hours? The replies gave an average of 6 couples to each house every day, or an aggregate of 600 women every 24 hours. This was followed by the query, are all the females who visit these houses of assignation known public pg 583 prostitutes? If not, of what class do you suppose or know them to be? From the replies it was found that about 2/5 were known as prostitutes, the remainder being sewing or shop girls, kept mistresses, widows, and some married women. Again, state your opinion as to how many kept mistresses there are in your district. In the 22 districts, 268 were ascertained, and the presumption was that there were more. The number may be safely taken at 400. The next question was, how many women, to the best of your belief, and that you have not previously examined, are there in your district that obtain a livelihood in whole or in part by prostitution? To this, the numbers are stated upon belief, for the nature of the question precludes any positive information as about 400. Can you form an opinion as to how many women in your district, who are not impelled by necessity, prostitute themselves to gratify their passions? No definite answers were obtained to this, the general suppositions ranging from 1/3 to 1/4 of those who were not recognized as public prostitutes. To what extent, in your opinion, is prostitution carried on in the tenant houses in your district? It is generally admitted that there is some, but no calculation can be made with any accuracy. Many of what may be called private prostitutes live in this class of houses, but their visitors would be taken to houses of assignation, where the numbers are included in the estimate given. It is believed that there are many women who follow prostitution living in nearly all the respectable portions of the city. They singly or in couples hire a suite of rooms, and under the garb of honest labor, sewing, etc., pass as respectable among those living near them. It is also known that such as these are the great frequenters of houses of assignation. How many such women, to the best of your belief, are there in your district? The officers reply that they have ascertained that there are about 200, but they believe there are many more. Thus much for the information we have been enabled to collect. There are 600 women who visit these houses of assignation every day, of whom 2/5 are known as public prostitutes, and the remainder are of other classes. It may be assumed that the known prostitutes visit such houses at least once every 24 hours, which leaves over 300 visits daily for the others. Kept mistresses or married women who resort there for the gratification of their passions probably amount pg 584 to 100 per day. It can scarcely be supposed that such visit houses of assignation more than once a week as a general rule, while the others, sewing or shop girls, etc., who resort there to augment their income, would probably take this step 2 or 3 times per week, which would bring their number to about 400. It thus appears that a very fair estimate of the total number of frail women who are now in New York may be stated as follows. Known public prostitutes 6,000. Women who visit houses of assignation for sexual gratification 1,260. Women who visit houses of assignation to augment their income 400. 1/2 the number of kept mistresses, assuming the other half to be included in those who visit houses of assignation 200. Total 7860. It will be seen that, To arrive at this conclusion, all are included who are suspected to be lost to virtue. Although of the number who visit houses of assignation for sexual gratification, many are guiltless of promiscuous intercourse. This total number falls very far short of the estimates made at different times by various persons, that there are from 20 to 30,000 prostitutes in New York City. Such rash conclusions, hastily formed in the excitement of the moment, sometimes influenced by the fact that the wish is father to the thought, must give place to the results of a careful and searching investigation made for this special purpose. The modus operandi of examination in the city rendered it incumbent on those having it in charge to approximate to the facts, and is itself a sufficient guarantee of correctness. If it were possible to parade the 6,000 known public prostitutes in one procession, they would make a much larger demonstration than the mere printed words 6,000 suggest to the reader. It requires a man who is in the habit of seeing large congregations of persons to comprehend at a glance the aggregate implied in this statement. Place this number of women in line, side by side, and if each was allowed only 24 inches of room, they would extend 2 miles and 400 pg 585 and 80 yards. Let them march up Broadway in single file, and allow each woman 36 inches, and that is as little room as possible, considering the required space for locomotion, and they would reach from the City Hall to 40th Street. Or let them all ride in the ordinary city stages, which carry 12 passengers each, and it would be necessary to charter 500 omnibuses for their conveyance. These simple illustrations will make the extent of the vice plain to many who could form but an inadequate idea from the mere figures. Yet the estimate will probably appear low to those residents of the city who have been accustomed to believe New York reeking with prostitution in every hole and corner, while it will seem excessively large to readers residing in the country. For the information of the latter, it may be remarked that vicious as Manhattan Island unquestionably is, much as there may be in it to need reform, in this matter of prostitution, it must not bear all the blame of these 6,000 women, for although they certainly reside in it, a very large number of their visitors do not dwell there. Brooklyn, the villages on Long Island, Fort Hamilton, New Utrecht, Flushing, and others, Jersey City, Hoboken, Hudson, Staten Island, Morrisania, Fordham, etc., contain numbers of people who transact their daily business in New York, but reside in those places. In very few of these localities are any prostitutes to be found, nor would they be encouraged therein, while New York is so close at hand and so easy of access. Again, the strangers flocking into this city from all parts of the world average from 5 to 20,000 and upward every day, and they must relieve it of some part of this obloquy. The population of New York at the last census was officially stated to be in round numbers 630,000, and the proportionate increase for 3 years to the present time will bring it very near 700,000. If illicit intercourse here were carried on only by permanent residents, its proportion of public prostitutes would be 1 to every 117 of the inhabitants. But the calculation must include the denizens of the places already enumerated, and adding 500,000 for them and the number of strangers constantly visiting the city, we have a total of 1,200,000 persons, making the proportion of prostitutes only 1 in every 200, including men, women, and children. It is desirable, however, to ascertain what proportion courtesans bear to the classes who patronize them, and the census shows pg 586 that males above the age of 15 form about 32% of the population. A wider range might have been taken, as it is notorious that many boys under 15 years old, especially among the lower classes, practice the vice. But assuming that to be the standard, there is 1 prostitute to every 6 to 4 adult males, certainly not a large proportion in a commercial and maritime city. It is impossible to form any idea of the proportion of male inhabitants and visitors who encourage houses of prostitution. Marriage is not always a check to indiscriminate intercourse, and professions of religion are often violated for illicit gratification. Still, there are a vast number whom these obligations bind, and if they could be exactly ascertained, this would make a corresponding difference in the proportions. As the case now is, New York City stands somewhat in the position of a seduced woman, and has to endure all the odium attached to the number of prostitutes residing within her limits, while her neighbors and strangers who largely participate in the offense are like seducers and escape all censure, self-righteously saying, How virtuous is our town or village compared with that sink of iniquity, New York? It has been already stated what the effect would be if all visitors to New York were moral men, and, although the remark need not be repeated, its appositeness is apparent. From the prostitutes within our borders emanates the plague of syphilis, and when the number of abandoned women is considered in conjunction with the certainty that each of them is liable at any moment to contract and extend the malady, when the probabilities of such extension are viewed in connection with the acknowledged fact that each prostitute in New York receives from 1 to 10 visitors every day, instances are known where the maximum exceeds and sometimes doubles the highest number here given, there can be no reasonable doubt of the danger of infection, nor any surprise that the average life of prostitutes is only 4 years. The actual extent of venereal disease must be the first point of inquiry, and here the records of public institutions are of great service. The hospitals on Blackwell's Island, under the charge of the governors of the almshouse, present the largest array of cases, the principal part of which were treated in the penitentiary now Island Hospital. The number of these cases was in pg 587. Upon these facts, the writer of these pages remarked in his annual report to the Board of Governors for 1856. The ratio of venereal disease on the gross number of patients treated in 1854 was 37,410%. The ratio of the same disease in 1855 was 58,710, showing an increase in the year 1855 of 21,310. The ratio of venereal disease on the gross number of patients treated during 1856 was 73,110, showing an increase in 1856, as compared with 1855, of 14,410, or an increase, as compared with 1854, of 35,710. This steady increase, 21,310%, in 1 year and 14,410%, in the next, or 35,710%, within 2 years, may be considered an incontrovertible proof of the progress of this malady in the city of New York. The fact that the people regard the penitentiary hospital as a dernier resort, an institution to which nothing but the direst necessity will compel them to apply, justifies the conclusion that the cases treated are but a fraction of the disease existing, and its increase here may be taken as a sure indication of a corresponding or larger increase among the general population. Again, on the same subject in 1857. In my last report, I took the opportunity to submit to your honorable board facts proving the increase of venereal disease, and I then gave the ratio of that malady on the gross number of patients treated as 73,110%. In the year 1857, the ratio was 65,210%, but this reduction of 79.10% must be considered in connection with the fact that other diseases, much beyond the general average, have been treated in the last year, so that a larger number of venereal cases will yet show a smaller percentage. The cases of phthisis pulmonalis consumption, which have advanced from 58 in 1856 to 159 in 1857, sufficiently explain that the decrease of venereal affections is apparent and not real. An investigation beyond the statistics upon which these remarks were based, and including the penitentiary hospital, almshouse, workhouse, and penitentiary, had shown that of the total number admitted to these several institutions, 59.12% had suffered or were suffering from venereal disease at the time the inquiry was made. Of this proportion, 45% of the total were suffering directly at the time of investigation, and 19%, pg 588, were suffering indirectly, or, in non-professional language, were laboring under diseases more or less consequent on the syphilitic taint. The following detailed statistics of venereal disease treated in the penitentiary hospital for 4 years ending December 31, 1857, will be found to embrace many subjects which have been alluded to in these pages. Total number of patients treated 40, 58, 26, 57, 20, 83, 31, 58. Cases of primary syphilis 606, 660, 650, 882. Of secondary and other forms of syphilis 930, 5, 919, 989, 1208. Total of syphilitic diseases 1541, 1579, 1639–2090. Nativities. Natives of United States 410, 489 530, 1673. Foreigners 1130 11090, 1108 1417. 1541, 1579, 1639 2090. Ages. Under 16 years 6572, 7768. From 16 to 20 years 481, 457, 472, 593. 21 to 25 490 481, 494 631. 26 to 30 314 304 311 423. 31 to 40 128 151 165 190. 41 to 50 42 99 101 157. 51 and upward 21 15 19 28. 1541 1579 1639 2090. Education. Good 175 227 230 1 175. Imperfect 780 7 794 830 1161. Uneducated 579 558 578 754. 1541 1579 1639 2090. From the total number of venereal patients under treatment 1541 1579 1639 2090. Deduct those discharged each year 1253 13 1613 89 1710. Leaving to add to the next year's account 288 263 250 380. Of the numbers discharged, the following is the result of treatment. Cured 874 1051 12 01 14 91. Relieved 370 263 183 213. Not relieved 71. Died 2255. 1253 13 16 13 89 1710. Duration of treatment 5 days and under 13 16 17 83. 6 to 10 days 57 36 68 102. 11 to 20 80 59 80 1 131. 21 to 30 154 121 137 187. 1 month to 2 months 293 333 453 528. PG 58 92 months to 3 months 304 443 340 328. 3 to 4 220 240 5 207 260. 4 and upward 132 63 86 91. 1253 13 16 13 89 1710. Some few remarks may be made on the subject of primary syphilis. The proportion of the cases of this malady to the gross number of patients treated was in 1854, 14,910%. 1855, 25,210. 1856, 31,210. 1857, 27,910. By the term primary syphilis, non-professional readers will understand the commencement of the disease, or symptoms which are the direct consequence of an impure connection, in contradistinction to secondary syphilis, which is the comparatively remote result of infection, never appearing until after the primary symptoms are well developed, and frequently not until all traces of them are removed. He will thus see that every case of primary syphilis is in itself a proof of recent intercourse with a diseased person. These cases, then, have increased from 15% in 1854 to 14% in 1856 and 28% in 1857. The remarks recently quoted explain how 882 cases in 1857 make a smaller percentage than 650 in 1856. The fact of this increase compels us to but one conclusion, and that is a very important and suggestive one, namely, that commerce with prostitutes in 1857 was attended with nearly twice the risk of infection incurred in 1854. And of course, the health of abandoned women has deteriorated in the same proportion. This is not said with any wish on the part of the writer to be considered an alarmist. The facts are those which have come under his personal observation. The inference is but a plain and natural deduction. But the hospital, although the chief, is not the only institution on Blackwell's Island where patients are treated for venereal disease. The almshouse, workhouse, and penitentiary have each a share of sufferers from this malady. To what extent will be shown by the annex table. Almshouse 33 173 80 552. Workhouse 6530 1556. Penitentiary 176 234 430. Bellevue Hospital, New York City, also under charge of the governors of the almshouse, is not professedly available to venereal cases. By a report from the medical board of that institution, which will be found in the next chapter, it is seen that they PG 590 estimate not far from 10% of the inmates of Bellevue Hospital are admitted for affections which have their origin remotely in venereal disease. These data are sufficient to fix the numbers thus treated as follows. Year total number of patients, 10% for venereal cases. 1854, 70, 33 703. 1855, 66, 97, 670. 1856, 63, 92, 639. 1857, 76, 76, 768. In regard to the nursery hospital on Randall's Island, it is stated by Dr. H. N. Whittlesey, the resident physician, that 9/10 of all diseases treated in this hospital during the past 5 years have been of constitutional origin, and for the most part hereditary. The exact proportion which hereditary syphilis bears to this sum of constitutional depravity cannot be stated with accuracy. It is an estimate far within the bounds of probability to assume that 1/2 of the diseases referred to by Dr. Whittlesey are complicated with or by syphilitic taint, and the numbers in the nursery hospital will therefore stand as follows. Year total number of patients, 50% for venereal cases. 1854, 2199, 1100. 1855, 2310, 1155. 1856, 1275, 638. 1857, 1469, 734. Following the institutions in charge of the governors of the almshouse is the New York State Emigrants Hospital on Ward's Island, New York City, under the direction of the Commissioners of Emigration, in the reports whereof the following cases of venereal disease are noted. The New York Hospital, Broadway, next claims attention. The reports for the undermentioned years give the number of venereal cases as follows. These embrace the principal public hospitals of New York. There are other institutions, such as St. Luke's Hospital, St. Vincent's Hospital, the Jews' Hospital, etc., but they are of recent origin, and their practice will not form an element in this calculation. The dispensaries of the city relieve yearly a large amount of sickness. In the New York dispensary, Center Street, the cases of venereal disease are reported as follows. PG 591. This gives an average of about 3% of all the patients treated. The Northern Dispensary, Waverly Place, does not publish any detailed report of the diseases treated, and to make an estimate it will be necessary to assume that the proportion is the same as in the New York dispensary, namely, 3%. By this rule, the following results are obtained. Year total number of patients, 3%, for ven cases. 1850, 19,615, 588. 1851, 20,680, 620. 1852, 21,940, 1,658. 1854, 14,075, 422. 1855, 12,378, 371. 1856, 11,797, 354. 1857, 10,895, 327. The Eastern Dispensary, Ludlow Street, does not give any detailed report of the diseases treated, and the same approximation will be made as previously. Year total number of patients, 3%, for ven cases. 1855, 25,612, 768. 1856, 21,017, 630. To the Demalt Dispensary, 2nd Avenue, the same system of approximation will be applied. Year total number of patients 3%, 4. Venn cases 18,523, 2197 66. 18,500, 34 9006, 270. 18,545, 14,034, 421. 18,556, 20,004 600. 18,567, 20,680, 4 620. 18,578, 26,780, 5 803. The Northwestern Dispensary, 8th Avenue, subjected to the same rule gives. Year total number of patients 3%, 4. Venn cases 1854 92, 64 277. 1855, 11,580, 1 347. 1856, 11,477, 344. Cases of venereal disease are treated in the clinical lectures at the 3 medical colleges of New York City. From the New York University Medical College, the following report of patients has been obtained. It is undoubtedly much too low an estimate. And assuming that the practice of the others is of the same extent, we have as the venereal cases treated in the 3 colleges. PG 592. As many of the patrons of New York houses of ill fame reside out of the city, some further information must be sought beyond our own limits. Without professing to inquire into the public health in all the suburbs previously enumerated, it will be sufficient to take the reports of the superintendents of the poor of Kings County to ascertain what amount of syphilitic infection has been treated at the public cost in Brooklyn and its environs. The reports of Dr. Thomas Turner, resident physician of the Kings County Hospital, show the following cases, or about 10%, on the total number treated. In the Brooklyn City Hospital, the cases of venereal disease received and treated were in 1858 to May 165. It has been already stated that sailors are great patrons of prostitutes, and to obtain any true statement of venereal disease among them, some estimate respecting this class must be made. For this purpose, the reports of Dr. T. Clarkson Moffat, physician-in-chief of the Seamen's Retreat, Staten Island, New York, are available. The number of cases treated in the several years is here given. 1858 to April 182. This is nearly 24%, on the gross number treated. This concludes the published reports of charitable institutions, and the question next arises, what amount of syphilis is treated by physicians in private practice? It is impossible to obtain any reliable data upon this head. The Medical Board of Bellevue Hospital, composed of some of the leading members of the profession in the city, state that they are unable to say what proportion of the practice among regular and qualified physicians in the city is derived from the treatment of venereal diseases, but they know it is large, and that many receive more from this source than from all other sources together. PG 593. There are also a very large number of advertising pretenders who offer their services for the treatment of secret diseases, and many drugstores whose main business is derived from a similar source, together with an infinity of patent medicines announced and sold as specifics for all venereal maladies. Upon the simple commercial principle of supply and demand, these are so many proofs of the extent of the evil they profess to relieve. Should the number of cases of venereal disease treated in private practice by qualified physicians and by advertisers, added to the number of patients who supply themselves with patent or other medicines from drugstores, be regarded as equal to the aggregate of those treated in public institutions, the estimate could not be deemed extravagant. The design is now to ascertain how much venereal disease exists in New York at the present time, and to do this, it will be necessary to recapitulate the information already given. The cases below are those treated in 1857. Institutions, cases. Penitentiary Hospital, Blackwell's Island 2090. Almshouse, Blackwell's Island 52. Workhouse, Blackwell's Island 56. Penitentiary, Blackwell's Island 430. Bellevue Hospital, New York 768. Nursery Hospital, Randall's Island 734. New York State Emigrants Hospital, Ward's Island 559. New York Hospital, Broadway 405. New York Dispensary, Center Street 1580. Northern Dispensary, Waverly Place 327. Eastern Dispensary, Ludlow Street 630. Demalt Dispensary, 2nd Avenue 803. Northwestern Dispensary, 8th Avenue 344. Medical Colleges 207. Kings County Hospital, Flatbush, Long Island 311. Brooklyn City Hospital, Brooklyn, Long Island 186. Seaman's Retreat, Staten Island 365. Total 90, 847. Medical men, and those acquainted with the internal arrangements of public institutions, need not be reminded that the general system of record in hospitals includes only what may be called the prominent malady. Thus, if a man were admitted with a broken limb, it would be registered as a fracture. And if the same man were suffering indirectly from syphilis at the same time, no entry would be made thereof, although the physician rendered him every professional assistance toward its cure. It is pg 594 estimated that in this manner, a large number of the cases of venereal disease treated in all public institutions, except such as make a specialty of those maladies, is never recorded elsewhere than on the private casebooks of the attending physicians. More particularly, is this the rule in institutions supported wholly, or in part, by voluntary contributions. Their benevolent directors have not yet outlived the prejudice, which formerly held it almost as disgraceful to treat as to contract syphilis. Some of the spirit which drove the unhappy men and women so afflicted from civilized life to perish in the fields or woods, as in London, Edinburgh, and Paris, during the 15th and 16th centuries, and at a later period drew from the papal government a bull recognizing the affliction as a direct punishment from the Almighty for the sin of incontinence, still survives in the present generation. The trustees of more than one of the dispensaries in New York have directed their medical officers not to prescribe for such complaints, and a hospital in a sister city, which receives a yearly grant from public funds, has in its printed rules and regulations: no person having gonorrhea or syphilis shall be admitted as a charity patient. Some remarks are made hereafter upon this course, and the facts are mentioned now to explain why many cases of venereal disease never appear upon the reports of institutions where patients are treated. Practically, such prohibitions are a dead letter. No physician of a public institution, applied to by a poor wretch suffering from syphilis, could pass him by without attempting to relieve, let the orders of the Board of Trustees be what they may. His mission is simply to apply the aid of science and skill to the alleviation of any ailment which may be presented to his notice, and his appreciation of the responsibility of his office is too keen to allow him to refuse the prayer of such an applicant. Hence arises the circumstance that the case is treated under some other name. If then the cases recorded are but 2/3 of the aggregate, the numbers stand thus: cases recorded in public institutions, 9847. Cases not recorded, 4923. Total 14,770. Cases in the year 1857 in public institutions. The difficulty of forming an opinion as to the extent of venereal disease treated in private practice has been already mentioned. In the absence of all information, collateral circumstances pg 595 form the only guide to a conclusion. The amount is unquestionably very large, so large that, if its full magnitude could be discovered and announced, every reader must be astonished. The first consideration to support this view may be found in the army of advertising empirics who make it a source of revenue. Each of these men must have numerous patients. He could not keep up his business without them. Any practical advertiser knows that to insert an announcement of some 20 or 30 lines every day in at least 2 daily papers, to repeat the same in weekly journals, and in addition to this, to post handbills on the corner of every street, and employ men or boys to deliver them to passengers at steamboat docks, ferry landings, and railroad depots, cannot be done without a considerable outlay, whatever its prospective advantages may be. No one supposes these charlatans to be actuated by pure disinterested benevolence. They crowd the columns of our journals and insult us with their printed announcements in the public thoroughfares, simply because it pays. These means obtain them customers, and whenever this result ceases, the announcements will be discontinued. While they appear, there is positive proof that their issuers are gathering patronage. The number of patent medicines always in the market for the cure of secret diseases, and which the vendors announce can be sent any distance securely packed and safe from observation, affords a corroboration. They are made and sold as a business speculation. When their reputation diminishes, and the public become doubtful if all the virtues of the materia medica are comprised in a single bottle of red drop, or unfortunate's friend, the manufacture will soon stop, and the inventors will resort to some other employment for their capital. The extent to which advertising empirics and patent medicines are flourishing is an undeniable proof of the prevalence of the maladies they professedly relieve. The legitimate business of drugstores affords another link in the chain of evidence. Beyond the regular nostrums, almost every druggist in the city sells large quantities of medicine for the cure of venereal disease. Sometimes a man will candidly tell the storekeeper that he has contracted disease and ask him to make up something to cure it. At other times, a prescription, which has been efficacious in a former attack, will be presented, or the sufferer has taken counsel among his friends and PG 596 companions, and obtained some infallible recipe from one of them. In short, there are so many different means taken by persons who have contracted disease that it is impossible to enumerate the various methods in which the aid of the drugstore may be invoked. There are many traditional recipes which can be used without the necessity of purchasing ingredients of a druggist. One favorite remedy among the lower classes is pine knot bitters. Bottles of this preparation are kept for sale in liquor stores, particularly in those neighborhoods where prostitutes most do congregate. Another reason may be submitted why a large amount of venereal disease must be treated privately. Many of the victims are men who move in a respectable sphere of society and have probably been led to the act which resulted so disastrously in a moment of uncontrollable passion. Their social position would be irreparably damaged should they enter a public hospital, and the desire to retain their status forces them to secrecy, even if the natural repugnance of every man to the former course did not exist. It is vain to deny that, while medical institutions designed for the public good are so managed as to inflict a disgrace upon their inmates, their benefits are circumscribed and will never be accepted by any but the poor unfortunates who have no other means of obtaining relief. In the case of syphilis, this is particularly to be regretted from the nature of the disease. Every day it is neglected, it becomes in a tenfold degree more aggravated and entails proportionate misery in after life. If it be assumed that the private cases of venereal disease equal in number those treated in public institutions, an aggregate is obtained of more than 29,500 cases every year. If the former are double the number of the latter, the sum will be over 44,000 cases per annum. Either of these conjectures is below the truth, and we are satisfied, from professional experience and inquiry, that there is no exaggeration in estimating the number of patients treated privately every year for Louis venerea as at least quadruple the cases receiving assistance in hospitals and charitable establishments. The result is the enormous sum of 7 to 4,000 cases every year. If each person suffered only one attack each year, this would represent 1/6 of the total population above 15 years of age. But many persons, especially among abandoned women and profligate men, are infected several times in the PG 597 course of 12 months, and any attempt to say what proportion of individuals are represented in these 74,000 cases would be mere speculation, without a particle of conclusive evidence to support it. Notwithstanding the magnitude of the result, a very brief consideration will show that it is not extravagant. In addition to the arguments already advanced in this chapter, the reader will recollect that in a previous section it has been shown that 2 out of every 5 prostitutes in New York confessed the syphilitic taint. Supposing a girl relinquishes her calling as soon as she becomes aware of being diseased, several days may have elapsed before she discovered her condition, and during that interval, she must have infected every man who had intercourse with her. To take the most liberal view, it may be conceded that the portion who acknowledged infection were not all suffering from the primary or communicable form. Many of them had doubtless recovered from that. But if only 1/2 were so suffering, and each of these infected only one man, the result would be 365,000 men diseased every year. This is not an exaggerated estimate. As was said when alluding to the prostitutes who admitted their contamination, there can be no possible suspicion that they would acknowledge sickness if they could avoid doing so, and consequently the sick are certainly not overrated. It may be objected that the numbers who own disease were spread over a considerable space of time, but this can be met with the fact that the inquiry which produced this result was in progress simultaneously in all parts of the city. At the farthest it did not extend 3 months from the time of commencement to completion, and the natural presumption would be that, as during that time the health of the women was neither better nor worse than in any other 3 months of any year, the same proportion of diseased women could be found whenever an investigation was made. In other words, that 2 out of 5 prostitutes in New York are diseased. The calculation that of these diseased women 1/2 only are affected in a manner which renders them liable to infect their paramours is also a liberal one. Syphilis, when manifested in its secondary stage in the shape of sores, eruptions, and blotches upon the face or person, is so disgusting that no prostitute thus disfigured could retain her place in any brothel, unless it was one of the very lowest grade, because her appearance would immediately pg 598 repel all visitors. In its primary or local form, it is of course concealed from her customers, and may be so concealed for a considerable length of time. These facts borne in mind, is it not almost too liberal an estimate to assume that 1/2 who admit syphilis are suffering in the secondary or palpable form? This line of argument, supported by the facts given, is perfectly justifiable, view it in what light you may, and proves that the estimate of 74,000 cases of venereal disease annually is much too small. Another course of reasoning may be adopted. The time occupied in taking the census is stated at 3 months. This included all the needful preliminary measures, the instructions to examiners, the conferences with police captains, etc., and the final proceedings, such as arranging and writing out reports. Allow 1/3 of the time for these introductory and concluding adjuncts, and it will leave about 60 days, including Sundays, or 52 working days devoted to the actual inquiry. The inquiry resulted in the discovery of syphilis in such a proportion of women as would amount to an aggregate of 2,000 on the total number of public prostitutes. Suppose the disease of 2,000 women equally distributed over the 52 days, or, in other words, that an average number were infected and confessed it every day, and the result is 38 women diseased every 24 hours. We wish to make this argument as plain as possible, and the reader will pardon what may appear needless repetition. If this disease existed in each woman for 4 days before she was conscious of it, or it became so troublesome as to force her from her calling, and during this interval of 4 days, each woman had intercourse with only 1 man per day, over 50,000 men would be exposed to the risk, almost the certainty of contracting infection in the course of the year. As the Medico-Chirurgical Review said, in the course of a similar argument upon syphilis in London, this estimate is ridiculously small. In the first place, a majority of the women would not abandon their calling in 4 days after infection, but would continue it as long as they could possibly submit to the suffering involved. Every resident of New York will remember the excitement caused in the spring of the year 1855 by the arrest of a large number of prostitutes in the public streets, their committal to Blackwell's Island, and their subsequent discharge on writs of habeas corpus, on account of informality in the proceedings. But pg 599, it is not generally known that of those arrested at that time, a very large proportion, certainly more than 1/2, were suffering from syphilis in its primary form, and many of them in its most inveterate stage. We make this assertion from our own knowledge, the result of a professional examination, and mention the circumstance now to prove that women will not abandon their calling when they know themselves diseased, so long as they can possibly continue it. If the estimate had been made that each woman continued prostitution for 8 days, instead of 4 days after she was infected, it would have been a closer approximation to the truth, and it would have shown over 100,000 men exposed to infection every year. Again, the supposition that a prostitute submits to but 1 act of prostitution every day is ridiculously small. No woman could pay her board, dress, and live in the expensive manner common among the class upon the money she would receive from 1 visitor daily. Even 2 visitors is a very low estimate, and 4 is very far from an unreasonably large one. But suppositions might be multiplied, and the argument extended almost ad infinitum. One more calculation shall be submitted, and then the reader can form his own conclusion upon the question whether the theory of 7 to 4,000 cases of venereal disease in New York every year has not been supported by a mass of evidence far more weighty than can ordinarily be adduced to establish a controverted point. It shall be assumed that the 38 women infected every day continue their calling for 6 days after the appearance of venereal disease, and during such 6 days, one half of them shall submit to one, and the other half to two sexual acts daily. Then, in the course of a year, 125,000 men would be exposed to contamination. To this, add the number of women infected, which, at 38 daily, would amount to nearly 13,000 in the year, and a total of 138,000 will be presented, or nearly double the number assumed as a basis for remark. It is needless to advance farther reasons in support of the soundness of that opinion. Next in order will be the consideration of the amount of money prostitution costs the public. The amount of capital invested in houses of ill fame, and the outlay consequent thereupon, presents a total which cannot but surprise all who have not deeply PG 600 reflected upon the ramifications of the evil. The police investigation of May 1858, quoted a few pages back, gives the total number of houses of prostitution as 378, and the worth of property thus employed can be ascertained with a tolerable degree of accuracy from information obtained, in many cases, by actual inquiry. The value of real estate where it was owned by the keepers of these houses has been already given in some instances, and in others the rent may be assumed equivalent to 10% per annum upon the cost of the property, which is certainly not an undue valuation. Dividing the total number of houses into 4 classes, the estimate stands as follows. 80 houses of the first class are estimated, from actual inquiry, to be worth, including real estate and furniture, 13,800 each, or a total of 1,104,000. 100 houses of the second class are estimated at 25% less than those of the first class, namely 10,350 for each, or a total of 1,035,000. 120 houses of the third class at 5,000 each, 600,000. 78 houses of the fourth class at 1,000 each, 78,000. 378 houses of prostitution are estimated worth 2,817,000. Add for houses of assignation 25 houses of the first class at 12,000 each, 300,000. 25 second, 9,225,000. 35 third, 5,175,000. 15 fourth, 3,045,000. 100 total for houses of prostitution and assignation, 3,562,000. In addition to this are 151 dancing saloons, liquor, and lager beer stores, mainly dependent upon the custom of prostitutes and their companions. Any place in which it is possible to carry on either of these businesses must be worth 200 a year rent, which would give a value of 2,000 each, or a total of 302,000. The necessary stock, fixtures, and implements can not be worth less, on an average, than 100 in each place. This gives a total of 15,100 and an aggregate capital of 3,879,100 invested in the business of prostitution. That this is not an extravagant estimate will be admitted by any real estate owner or person acquainted with the value of property in the city, especially if he takes into consideration the location of many of the houses, and calculates how much more the adjacent lands and buildings would be worth if these resorts of vice and infamy were removed. On a scale correspondingly large is the amount of money actually spent upon prostitutes. The weekly income of each woman PG 601 cannot be less than $10. Many pay much more than that sum for their board alone, and in first-class houses, it is not uncommon for a prostitute to realize as much as $30 or $50, or upward, in a week. But if the income is taken at the lowest point, the aggregate receipts of 6,000 courtesans amount to 60,000 per week, or 3,120,000 per year. Every visitor to a house of prostitution expends more or less money for wines and liquors therein. In some cases, this outlay will be larger than the cash remuneration given to the women, but other men are not so lavish in their hospitality, and it is fair to assume that such expenditures amount to two-thirds of the previous item a weekly total of 40,000, or 2,080,000, spent for intoxicating drinks in houses of prostitution every year. In describing the customers of houses of assignation, it has already been remarked that in the first class many of the female visitors take that step, not for gain, but impelled by affection or sexual desire. They would spurn the idea of being paid for their company, but the houses at which their intrigues are consummated being luxuriously furnished, and conducted by women of known discretion and secrecy, have a high tariff of prices as one of their features. Visitors must pay as much there for accommodation as the rent of a room, and compensation to a female would amount to in places of less pretension. It is assumed that 4,200 visits are paid to houses of assignation every week, and for the foregoing reason estimating them to cost the men the same in every instance, and fixing that cost at $3 for each visit, this item will amount to 12,600 per week, or 655,200 per year. The consumption of wine and liquor is small in houses of assignation, as compared with houses of prostitution. It may probably amount to 5,000 per week, or 260,000 per year. The income of the dancing saloons, liquor, and lager beer stores, frequented and mainly supported by prostitutes and their friends, cannot be less than 30 per week for each house, and as there are 151 establishments of that description, the aggregate of money dispersed in them will be 45.30 per week, or 235,560 per year. These sums exhibit the outlay for the pleasures of prostitution. The ensuing items give its penalties. Of the inmates of the island late, the penitentiary hospital, in 1857, over 65% were afflicted with venereal disease. The total expense of that institution for the year was 35,000, and the pro rata amount for syphilitic patients would be 22,750 during the year, or 438 per week. PG 602, Bellevue Hospital cost to maintain it during 1857, 70,000 in round numbers. The medical boards say that 10% of its inmates are treated for diseases originating in the syphilitic taint, and this proportion of the expenses being chargeable to prostitution amounts to 7,000 per year, or 135 per week. The nursery hospital on Randall's Island cost the city of New York 17,000 for maintenance during 1857. One half its infant patients are treated for diseases resulting from venereal infection, and 8,500 per year, or 163 per week, is the quota of expense caused by this vice and its sequel. The number of cases of venereal disease treated in the New York State Emigrants Hospital on Ward's Island was 612% of the total relieved on that island. The expenses for 1857 were 109,000, and the share chargeable to prostitution will be 70.75 per year, or 136 per week. In the New York City Hospital, Broadway, 14% of the patients during 1857 were treated for venereal disease. The cost of maintenance for that year was 59,000, and the share caused by prostitution was 80.260 per year, or 159 per week. The cases treated in dispensary practice have been averaged at 3%. Throughout the city, the yearly expenses of those charities are as follows. New York Dispensary, $9,100. Northern Dispensary, $3,550. Eastern Dispensary, $3,700. Demalt Dispensary, $5,300. Northwestern Dispensary, $2,630. Total $24,280. And the proportion chargeable to syphilis must be 728 per year, or 14 per week. Very little expense is incurred by the medical colleges in the cases of syphilis treated at their clinical lectures, as the relief is generally confined to a prescription or a slight operation, and if medicine is supplied in a few cases, the amount is so small that in a calculation of this sort, it is not worth notice. The expenses of the Kings County Hospital, Long Island, for 1857 amounted to 75,300. About 10% of the patients treated were venereal sufferers, and the cost for them amounts to 75.30 per year, or 145 per week. In the Brooklyn City Hospital, the proportion of venereal patients is 27% of the aggregate. The total annual expenses are 17,200, and the amount incurred on account of this disease is therefore 46.44 per year, or 89 per week. In the Seamen's Retreat, Staten Island, New York, 24 pg 603% of the inmates suffer from venereal disease. The expenses during the year 1857 were $43,500, of which $10,540 per year, or $203 per week, must be considered the proportion rendered necessary by syphilis. To ascertain the amount expended for private medical assistance, it will be necessary to recapitulate the outlay of the public institutions mentioned. Institutions, yearly. Outlay, weekly. Outlay. Island Hospital, Blackwell's Island, $22,754.38. Bellevue Hospital, New York, $7,135. Nursery Hospital, Randall's Island, $80,500-163. Emigrants Hospital, Ward's Island, $70,75-136. City Hospital, New York, $82,60-159. Dispensaries, $728.14. Kings County Hospital, Long Island, $75,30-145. Brooklyn City Hospital, Long Island, $46,44.89. Seamen's Retreat, Staten Island, $10,540-203. Total $77,027.1482. These totals must be multiplied by 4, and the product will show the amount paid for private medical assistance as $59.28 weekly, or $308,108 yearly. This is calculated on too liberal a scale, for no one believes that an individual requiring professional aid can obtain it so economically in private life as in a public institution, nor would even the fact that in the latter case the patients are boarded and supplied with all necessaries more than counterbalance the sums which must be paid for individual medical attendance. The desire not needlessly to exaggerate facts which are sufficiently comprehensive without such a procedure is the only reason that induces so low an estimate. But there are yet other items of expenditure which must be noticed before the long array is completed. Foremost of these is the cost for support of abandoned women in the workhouse and penitentiary on Blackwell's Island. The proportion of females committed to the workhouse during 1857 was 3/5 of the total commitments. It is not asserted that all these were prostitutes, but it is certain that the larger part were unchaste, and for argument's sake, we will take the ratio as 2 abandoned to 1 virtuous woman, the latter representing the class whom poverty, sickness, or friendlessness may have driven to accept a shelter in the institution. The expenses of the workhouse for the year amounted to $76,000, and the share of cost incurred on behalf of prostitutes would therefore be $30,400 per year, or $585 per week. PG 604, the females sentenced to the penitentiary from courts of criminal jurisdiction during 1857 amount to 27% of the total number incarcerated. It will violate no probability to assume that all these women were prostitutes. There may be exceptions to the rule, but so rare are they as not to invalidate the principle. The penitentiary was supported during 1857 at an outlay to the taxpayers of nearly $89,000, and the proportion chargeable to prostitutes, at the ratio given above, is $24,030 per year, or $462 per week. A farther portion of the expenses of the workhouse and penitentiary might very plausibly be included in the list. Namely, the share incurred by the maintenance of those men who owe their imprisonment either to crimes committed at the instigation of common women, or for the sake of supporting them, or to a course of idleness and dissipation resulting from the companionship of prostitutes. To pursue this subject in all its minuity would lead to the conclusion that nearly every male prisoner owes his confinement, less or more remotely, to one or the other of these causes, and hence it could be argued that all the expenses of male imprisonment should be taken into this account. On the other hand, such a course could be opposed with the plea that crimes which send men to Blackwell's Island are only indirect results of the system under discussion, and to recognize them would force the recognition of many other indirect consequences daily occurring elsewhere. Strictly speaking, the position is scarcely demonstrable enough to form an arithmetical calculation, but its moral certainty is so far acknowledged as to make it a serious matter of reflection in connection with the attendant evils of prostitution. To resume, about 55% Of the population of the almshouses, Blackwell's Island, are females. Some of these are old, decrepit women, whom it would be impossible to consider as prostitutes. Others are virtuous women whose poverty has driven them there. But many are broken-down prostitutes who have lost whatever of attraction they once possessed, and with ruined health and debilitated constitutions, it is impossible for them to exist even in the lowest brothels. They make the almshouse their last resting place, and there await the final summons which shall close their career of sin and misery. Yet another class in this institution is composed of women with young children. Some claim to be respectable married women, while others are known as disreputable PG 605 characters. But the former have little to support their pretensions except their own assertion, and collateral testimony sometimes invalidates that. It is not an uncharitable conclusion that at least one half of the female inmates of the almshouse owe their dependence upon charity to their own prostitution. The support of the almshouse in 1857 cost the city of New York $63,000, and the proportion resulting from prostitution, on the above data, is $15,750 per year, or $303 per week. The children on Randall's Island may be classified according to the rule already adopted in reference to disease in the nursery hospital there, namely, to assume that one half owe, if not their existence, certainly their support from public funds to causes that originated in vice. The nursery, exclusive of the hospital, cost during last year $60,000, one half of which must, in accordance with the previous estimate, be charged to prostitution, namely $30,000 per year or $577 per week. The final charge arises from the police and judiciary expenses of the City of New York, of which it is believed that 10% is caused by prostitution and its concomitant crimes and sufferings. The aggregate forms a large amount and will be rather a surmise than an assertion. The maintenance of police officers and station houses, of police justices and their courtrooms, of the city judge and recorder, with their respective courts, of the city and district prisons, and numerous contingent expenses, cannot be less than $2 million a year. The percentage chargeable to prostitution will therefore be $200,000 per year, or $4,000 per week. Thus much for preliminary explanations. It will now be possible to present the reader with a tabular statement of the weekly and yearly cost of the system of prostitution existing in the metropolis of the New World. Those who have followed us through this argument and noted the facts upon which every calculation is based will bear witness that nothing has been exaggerated, that no dollar is debited to the vice without strong presumptive evidence to support such charge, and that the endeavor has been throughout rather to underestimate than exceed the bounds of strict probability. Upon this ground, the attention of the public is earnestly requested to the first exposition ever attempted of the amount paid by citizens of and visitors to New York for illicit sexual gratification. PG 606. Recapitulation. Expenditure weekly. Outlay yearly. Outlay. Individual expenses. Paid to prostitutes, $60,000 $3,120,000. Spent for wine and liquor by visitors, $40,000 $2,080,000. Paid by visitors to houses of assignation, $12,600 $655,200. Spent for wine and liquor by visitors to houses of assignation, $5,260,000. Spent in dancing saloons, liquor and leisure beer stores frequented by prostitutes and their friends, $45,000 $230,000 $5,560. Medical expenses. Island Hospital, Blackwell's Island, $438,000 $22,750. Bellevue, New York, $130,500 $7,000. Nursery Randall's Island, $163,000 $8,500. Emigrants Hospital, Ward's Island, $136,000 $70,75. New York City Hospital, New York, $159,000 $82,60. Dispensaries, $728. Kings County Hospital, Long Island, $145,000 $75,30. Brooklyn City, $89,000 $46,40. Seamen's Retreat, Staten Island, $203,000 $10,540. Private Medical Assistance, $59,028 $308,108. Vagrancy and pauper expenses. Workhouse, Blackwell's Island, $580,000 $30,400. Penitentiary, $462,000 $24,030. Almshouse 303, 15,750. Nursery, Randall's Island 577, 30,000. Police and judiciary expenses. Proportion of aggregate 4,200,000. Totals 135,467, 7,030,000, 6,075. The footings of the columns show the total expense to be weekly 130, 5,467, yearly 7,030,000, 6,075. Over $7 million, or nearly as much as the annual municipal expenditure of New York City. Comment upon these figures would be superfluous. They present the monetary effects of prostitution in a convincing point of view, and will prepare the reader for an attentive perusal of the suggested remedial measures, which form the subject of the next chapter. The American mind is said to be proverbially open to argument based upon dollars and cents. Without giving an unqualified assent to the proposition, we may be permitted to hope that financial considerations, combined with the claims of benevolence and humanity, the appeals of virtue and morality, the demands of public health, and the future physical well-being of the PG 607 community at large, will exercise that influence on the public mind which is necessary to the accomplishment of any valuable practical result from the present investigation. Before leaving the subject of the extent of prostitution, it may be appropriate to remark that it was considered advisable to ascertain the prevalence of the vice in some of the leading cities of the United States, and in order to do this effectually, a circular letter was addressed to the mayors of Albany, New York; Baltimore, Maryland; Boston, Massachusetts; Brooklyn, New York; Buffalo, New York; Charleston, South Carolina; Chicago, Illinois; Cincinnati, Ohio; Detroit, Michigan; Hartford, Connecticut; Louisville, Kentucky; Memphis, Tennessee; Mobile, Alabama; Newark, New Jersey; New Haven, Connecticut; New Orleans, Louisiana; Norfolk, Virginia; Philadelphia, Pennsylvania; Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania; Portland, Maine; Richmond, Virginia; Savannah, Georgia; St. Louis, Missouri; Washington, District Columbia. The names printed in italics are those of cities from which replies were received. The circular forwarded was as follows. Copy. Mayor's Office, New York City, Sept. 1, 1856. To His Honor, the Mayor of the City of. Dear Sir, below you will receive from Dr. Sanger a note containing a few questions concerning prostitution and prostitutes in your city, which I shall feel obliged if you will have the kindness to answer. Very truly yours, Fernando Wood, Mayor, New York City. Dear Sir, during the past 6 months, with the aid of His Honor, Mayor Wood, of this city, and the police force at his command, I have been collecting materials for a report on prostitution, as it exists in New York at the present time. I enclose you a list of questions that have been asked all the women examined here. Of course, I do not expect that you will or can give answers to these questions from the prostitutes in your city, but I would wish to have your replies to the following queries. 1. How many houses of prostitution are there in your city? 2. How many houses of assignation are there in your city? 3. How many public prostitutes are there in your city? 4. How many private prostitutes are there in your city? PG 6085. How many kept mistresses are there in your city? 6. What is the present population of your city? Of course, these questions can be answered to you by your chief of police and officers only as to the best of their knowledge. But as a general thing, shrewd police officers will be able to give correct answers to them. I do not wish names, only the round numbers in each class. I shall do myself the honor to forward you a copy of the report when completed, and shall be glad to receive your replies to the above queries by the 30th of this month. You will please direct your answer to yours respectfully, William W. Sanger, Resident Physician, Blackwell's Island, New York City. The following are the replies received. Buffalo, NY. Copy. Mayor's Office, Buffalo, October 2, 1856. Dear Sir, I received your circular of the 1st of September, asking that certain questions concerning houses of prostitution, prostitutes, etc., might be answered. I immediately directed our chief to collect the necessary information through the police, and I have just received his report. I here enclose the answers. To show how far the report can be relied on for accuracy, I here copy from his report. The captains inform me that they experienced much difficulty in their endeavors to make a correct report and answer to the several questions proposed. They, however, believe that the returns, so far at least as the number of houses and public prostitutes is concerned, are very near correct. Any farther information you may desire I will cheerfully give, so far as I am able. I am respectfully yours. F. P. Stevens, Mayor. Enclosure. Houses of prostitution 87. Of assignation 37. Public prostitutes 272. Private prostitutes 81. Kept mistresses 31. Population 75,000. Louisville, Chi. Copy. Police Office, Louisville, Chi, December 26, 1856. Hun, John Barber, Mayor. Dear Sir, below I give a statement of such matters as called for by Dr. W.M. W. Sanger, resident physician of Blackwell's Island, New York City, which I think you will find correct, or as near as can be arrived at from the facilities afforded. Hoping that it will prove satisfactory to the doctor, and that it will many tales unfold, I remain respectfully yours. Jas Kirkpatrick, Chief of Police. PG 609. Houses of prostitution 79. Assignation 39. Public prostitutes 214. Private 93. Kept mistresses 60. Population of city supposed to be 70,000. I am now preparing to take the census for 1857. Newark, NJ. Copy. Newark, NJ, October 4, 1856. W.M. W. Sanger 1,500. Dear Sir, I cannot make any excuse for not answering your letter of inquiry that will justify me. Yours of September 1st was unfortunately mislaid. Our population in 1855 was 55,000 by census. We have no houses of ill fame in our city, none of assignation, there are no public prostitutes. It may appear strange to you that the above should be the case, but there is good reason for it. From the best information that I can get there are perhaps 50 private prostitutes in the city, composed of girls living at service or as seamstresses, but who conduct themselves so as not to be known. Our city is so near to New York that as soon as a girl turns out, she makes her way to it, where associations and congenial amusements make it more agreeable. It is rather singular, but so soon as it becomes known that a girl is loose, she is marked and followed in the streets by half-grown boys hooting at and really forcing her to leave town. Occasionally it is made known to the police that a couple of girls stayed a night or two at some boarding house, when they are arrested as vagrants, or warned off, and they are gone. New York being so much greater field for them, they are the least of our troubles. Truly and respectfully yours. H. J. Poinier, Mayor. New Haven, Con. Copy. New Haven, September 18, 1856. Dr. W.M. W. Sanger. Dear Sir, herewith I hand you the report of our Chief of Police, in answer to your inquiries relative to prostitution in the city. Your obedient servant. P. S. Galpin, Mayor. Enclosure. To His Honor, the Mayor of the City of New Haven. Sir, I have had the communication addressed to you by W.M. W. Sanger, resident physician, Blackwell's Island, New York, in regard to prostitutes and prostitution in the city of New Haven, under consideration and beg leave to report. PG 610, that the answers to the questions propounded are given in a general manner, with near approximation to exactness, without pretending to be minutely accurate. And to the first question, namely, how many houses of prostitution are there in the city? I answer that the number now known as such to the police is 10, and that these are only such some of them occasionally, and that none of them would be so called in New York, being inconsiderable, in poor, out-of-the-way houses, and conducted with great secrecy, and are constantly liable to the penalties of a law peculiar to Connecticut, which punishes reputation, rendering it impossible for them to gain strength and become permanent. And to the second inquiry, how many houses of assignation are there in the city? I answer, there are known to be 6 and others suspected, but these all are not such proper, but are connected with some business, as eating houses, hotels, dance houses, etc. And to the third inquiry, how many public prostitutes are there in the city? There are known by name, 9 to 3, all well known. And to the fourth inquiry, how many private prostitutes are there in the city? I answer that there are 30, with many married women, and indeed, this class is mostly composed of married women. And to the fifth question, how many kept mistresses are there in the city? The answer is that the number is not known, but is small, and no one instance is certainly known to us. The population of the city is 32,000. All which is respectfully submitted. John 100, Hayden, Chief of Police, City of New Haven. Dated at New Haven, September 16, 1856. Norfolk, Va. Copy. Mayor's Office, Norfolk, Va. Sept. 15, 1856. Dear Sir, yours of first instant was duly received, and in reply would state that I have endeavored to be as accurate as possible in my replies to your several interrogatories, namely, 1. How many houses of prostitution in your city? Answer, about 40. 2. How many houses of assignation in your city? Answer, none as such, there being no places, so far as I can learn, used as meeting places. 3. How many public prostitutes are there in your city? Answer, about 150. 4. How many private prostitutes are there in your city? Answer, about 50. 5. How many kept mistresses are there in your city? PG 611. Answer, about 6 or 8. 6. What is the present population of your city? Answer, about 18,000. I would, in connection with the above, state that about 25 of the 40 houses are used almost exclusively by sailors and seafaring men, and are sometimes improperly called sailor boarding houses, especially the most decent of them. Any other information I can give you I will most cheerfully do, should you desire any. I am very respectfully yours. F. F. Ferguson, Mayor, City of Norfolk, Virginia. To Dr. W. M. W. Sanger, Resident Physician, Blackwell's Island, New York. Philadelphia. Copy. Office of the Mayor of the City of Philadelphia, Sept. 8, 1856. Dear Sir, as near as we can arrive at the facts, of course, no great reliance can be placed on this general answer. The following are the figures. Houses of prostitution, 130. Houses of assignation, 50. Public prostitutes, 475. Private, 105. Say 600,000 population. Our city has 129 square miles of police jurisdiction, and 650 policemen, besides officers. You will therefore make some allowances for the want of time to enable me more fully to state answers to your questions. The answers given are from estimates made by the lieutenants of police of their own districts. Respectfully, Richard Vaux, Mayor of Philadelphia. To W. M. W. Sanger, 1,500, Resident Physician, Blackwell's Island. Pittsburgh, Pa. Copy. Mayor's Office, Pittsburgh, Sept. 18, 1856. W. M. W. Sanger, 1,500. Dear Sir, your favor of the first instant came to hand a few days ago, requesting answers to the following questions. 1. How many houses of prostitution are there in our city? Answer, 19. 2. How many houses of assignation? Answer, 9. 3. How many public prostitutes? Answer, 7 to 7. 4. How many private prostitutes? Answer, 37. PG 6125. How many kept mistresses? Answer, 16. 6. What is your population? Answer, 7 to 5,700, and 75,750. The above is arrived at from the personal knowledge of some of our police officers. No doubt the number is much greater. At the last census, our population of the city proper was over 60,000. The population at that time of Pittsburgh, Allegheny, and the suburbs of Pittsburgh was nearly 100,000. Respectfully, your obedient servant. W. M. Bingham's Mayor. Savannah, Ga. Copy. Mayor's Office, City of Savannah, Ga. Sept. 18, 1856. W. M. W. Sanger, Resident Physician. Blackwell's Island, New York City. Dear Sir, in this city there are 15 houses of prostitution, 3 assignation houses, 9 to 3 white, and 105 colored prostitutes. In the winter season, the number is greatly increased by supplies from New York City. I cannot answer what number of private prostitutes or kept mistresses there are here. Our present population is about 26,000. Very truly yours. Edward 100, Anderson, Mayor. These replies may be condensed as follows. Cities reported by houses, prostitutes, population. Houses. Of. Prostitution, houses. Of. Assignation, public. Prostitutes, private. Prostitutes, kept. Mistresses, total. Of. Abandoned. Women's. Buffalo Mayor Stevens 80, 737 272, 80, 131 384 75,000. Louisville Barber 79 39 214, 9360 367, 70,000. Newark Poinier 50 50 55,000. New Haven Galpin 10 6 93 30 123, 32,000. Norfolk Ferguson 40 150 50, 8 208, 18,000. Philadelphia Vaux 130 50 475, 105 580, 600,000. Pittsburgh Bingham 19 77 37 16, 130, 75,750. Savannah Anderson 15 3 198, 198, 26,000. It has already been stated, on the authority of the state census of 1855, that the adult male population of New York City formed nearly one-third of the total inhabitants, and the same rule may be applied to these cities to ascertain the comparative number of prostitutes and their customers. The proportions stand as follows. PG 613. New York, on the resident population of the city proper, has 1 prostitute to every 40 men. But including the suburbs, 164. Buffalo has 165. Louisville has 164. Newark has 366. New Haven has 187. Norfolk has 129. Philadelphia has 340. Pittsburgh has 192. Savannah has 144. It can scarcely be doubted that the worthy mayors of Newark, Philadelphia, and Pittsburgh have been misinformed as to the extent of the vice in their respective cities. Respecting Newark, for instance, the writer was recently informed that prostitution was not so rare as Mayor Poinier's letter would imply, but that prostitutes and known houses of prostitution were to be found scattered over the city, and that the fact was notorious to nearly every resident. This information was received from a gentleman himself, an inhabitant of Newark. There is no doubt that much of the vice of Newark finds a home in New York, as the mayor says, but it is equally certain that it is not all expatriated. The mayor of Philadelphia is particularly wide of the mark. There may not be as many public prostitutes there as in New York, but it is proverbial, and is as widely known as is Philadelphia itself, that its streets abound in houses of assignation and private houses of prostitution. Pittsburgh is situated at the head of navigation on the Ohio River, at the confluence of the Allegheny and Monongahela rivers, both navigable. She has canals, railroads, and large manufactories, and if closely examined, would probably show a larger proportion of prostitutes than above reported. Norfolk is the largest naval depot in this country, and its population cannot be held responsible for all the prostitution within its limits. In both Norfolk and Savannah, we presume that the larger portion of the abandoned women at the time the census was taken were colored people, whose virtue is always at a discount under the most favorable circumstances, and to which a seaport is always fatal. But another calculation may be made upon the assumption that the males who have commerce with prostitutes form only 1/4 of the population, and the proportions resulting from that are as follows. PG 614. New York, on the resident population of the city proper, has 1 prostitute to every 30 men. But including the suburbs, 150. Buffalo has 149. Louisville has 148. Newark has 275. New Haven has 165. Norfolk has 123. Philadelphia has 258. Pittsburgh has 144. Savannah has 133. To arrive at an average, we will omit the calculation of the proportion of prostitutes to the population of New York City proper, it having been shown already that the responsibility of much of it must rest upon the suburbs and upon visitors, and also omit Newark, Philadelphia, and Pittsburgh, because the reports from those cities are palpably underrated. This done, the mean of the two estimates stands thus. New York 1 prostitute to every 57 men. Buffalo 157. Louisville 156. New Haven 176. Norfolk 126. Savannah 130. And the mean of the whole is 152. This mean may be fairly assumed as the proportion existing in all the large cities of the Union, and the farther assumption that the men who visit houses of prostitution form 1/4 of the total population will give a basis upon which the total number of the prostitutes in the United States may be estimated with some accuracy. The calculation cannot, of course, be claimed as absolutely correct, as that would be an impossibility, but is submitted as a probability on which the reader can form his own conclusion. The population of the United States in 1858 was estimated by Professor DeBow when preparing the compendium of the census of 1850, and his calculation at that time was that by the present year it would amount to 29,242,139 persons, which may be taken in round numbers 29 million. From this must be deducted 3,500,000 slaves, which will leave the free inhabitants 25,500,000, and the proportion of adult males to this number is 6,375,000. It may next be assumed that 1/2 of these men live in country places or small cities where prostitution does not exist, the other moiety being inhabitants of cities with a population of 20 pg 615,000 or upward. And upon the basis already proved of 1 prostitute to every 52 men, the result would be a total of 61,298 prostitutes. The whole area of the United States is 2,936,166 square miles, and if all the prostitutes therein were equally divided over this surface, there would be 1 for every 4 to 7 square miles, or if they were walking in continuous line, 36 inches from each other, they would make a column nearly 35 miles long. If the inhabitants of large cities were only 1/3, the number of prostitutes would be 41,058. These suggestions are, of course, mere matters for consideration and are not given as definite facts. Allusions have already been made to many exaggerated opinions as to the extent of prostitution in New York City, and it may be well to notice in this place some passages in a work entitled An Inquiry into the Extent, Causes, and Consequences of Prostitution in Edinburgh, by William Tate, Surgeon, 2d edition, 1842. The author starts with the impression that the capital of Scotland is the most moral city on the face of the earth, and after fixing the number of public prostitutes in Edinburgh at 800, or 1 to every 80 of the adult male population, remarks, "In London there is 1 for every 60, and in Paris 1 for every 15. Edinburgh is thus about 25% better than London, while the latter is about 70% better than Paris. Happy Edinburgh! And what is to be said of the chief city of the United States of America, of the independent, liberal, religious, and enlightened inhabitants of New York? It will scarcely be credited that that city furnishes a prostitute for every 6 or 7 of its adult male population. Alas, for the religion and morality of the country that affords such a demonstration of its depravity. It was not surpassed even by the metropolis of France during the heat and fervor of the Revolution, when libertinism reigned triumphant, and the laws of God and man were alike set at defiance." Page 6. This picture is anything but flattering to our national pride, but it loses very much of its effect because it is contrary to the truth. It will, however, satisfy our readers that Mr. Tate was misinformed, and they may feel a slight gratification in the conclusion that his pathetic lament for the religion and morality of their country was unnecessary. On page 8 of the same work we find, after stating that there were upward of 10,000 abandoned women in the city of New York, the Rev. Mr. M. Dowell, PG 616 chaplain to the New York Magdalen Asylum, goes on to say, "Besides these, we have the clearest evidence that there are hundreds of private harlots and kept mistresses, many of whom keep up a show of industry as domestics, seamstresses, nurses, etc., in the most respectable families, and throng the houses of assignation every night. Although we have no means of ascertaining the number of these, yet enough has been learned from the facts already developed to convince us that the aggregate is alarmingly great, perhaps little behind the proportion of the City of London, whose police report asserts, on the authority of accurate researches, that the number of private prostitutes in that city is fully equal to the number of public harlots. In this passage, Mr. Tate shifts the responsibility of his figures to the shoulders of the Rev. Mr. M. Dowell, who is represented as declaring the number of public prostitutes in New York 16 years ago to be 10,000, and assuming the private prostitutes to amount to the same number, making an aggregate nearly 3 times as large as an actual and searching inquiry has found at the present time. During the last 16 years, vice has not decreased in New York, but has steadily increased, and yet the most diligent search can discover in 1858 only 7860 public and private prostitutes, instead of the 20,000 mentioned in the publication under notice. We imagine it to be an imperative duty to be tolerably well acquainted with a social evil before attempting to write upon it, and although Mr. Tate's book cannot, by any possibility, injure our city, on account of the palpable misrepresentations it contains, we allude to it to show the opinion entertained of New York and its vices on the other side of the Atlantic. Were an apology necessary for the preset work, such statements as these would be amply sufficient. Mr. Tate loses no opportunity to hurl a sly dart at New York. Thus on page 38, after quoting the words of the Rev. Mr. M. Dowell as to the character of an abandoned woman in New York, Mr. Tate continues. He says nothing of the state of religious feeling among the prostitutes there. And if we are to regard his statement of the number of prostitutes as strictly correct, it may very well be questioned whether any considerable number of the inhabitants of that city are under the influence of sincere religious feeling. Some of our New York City readers may probably recollect that the publication of Mr. M. Dowell's inquiry produced very pg 617 considerable excitement here at the time, and opinions were freely expressed that he was either very ignorant on matters of that nature, or intentionally colored his statements, and was in either case entirely unfitted for the task he had assumed. Mr. Tate assumes the population of Edinburgh at about 200,000, the number of public prostitutes at 800, and of private prostitutes at nearly 1,200, or a total of 2,000 abandoned women. This gives 1 prostitute to every 32 adult males, if we adopt his system of calculation, or 1 prostitute to every 25 adult males, if we adopt the system of calculation which has been applied to the United States in the present work. From his own figures, then, it can be seen that although New York City is so awfully irreligious, it has less prostitution than pious Edinburgh. Again, on page 189, while speaking of the demoralizing effects of theatrical representations, Mr. Tate says, in the report of the House of Refuge in New York, it is stated that 150 boys and girls, out of 690, are guilty of theft and impurity to get a seat in the theater. He does not mark this as a quotation, nor does he state the report from which it was extracted. As he has printed it, it must be supposed correct, although we must confess we cannot see very clearly what connection exists between the New York House of Refuge and prostitution, considering the ages of children generally admitted to that institution. And while we have very little doubt that many of the inmates thereof have committed theft for the reason he assigns, we are rather dubious as to the acts of impurity alluded to, except in a very few exceptional cases. Farther, on page 194, Mr. Tate quotes the address of the Rev. Mr. M. Dowell on prostitution in America as follows. At the very hour in the morning, afternoon, and evening of every Lord's Day when the people of God assemble for religious worship, then, in a special manner, do the children of the wicked one meet in troops at harlots' houses. On the Sabbath days the rooms are so filled with visitors that there is no place for them to sit down, and on that account many are refused admission at the doors. These palpable exaggerations require no contradiction. They show, however, the extremes of misrepresentation to which an enthusiastic and incompetent writer may be led. Inclined to exaggeration, as Mr. Tate has been proved to be, he yet protests in page 251 against some opinions upon infanticide pg 618 by prostitutes in New York, advanced by his informant, the Rev. Mr. M. Dowell, and quotes the opinion of Parent Duchatelet to prove that mothers are generally very fond of their children. This fact warrants the conclusion that his other opinions upon social morals in New York are entirely derived from Mr. M. Dowell, who is shown to be anything but a credible witness. His reliance upon such a source is much to be regretted, as materially impairing the value and truthfulness of his otherwise interesting and useful volume. The following extracts from the Compendium of the Seventh Census of the United States, 1850, will be interesting, from their relation to various points which have been discussed in the progress of this work. They have all a more or less direct bearing upon the subject of prostitution, and the condensation of them here will give readers an opportunity of verifying many of the previous remarks. The estimated population of the Union at the present time has been already given as 29,242,139 persons, including slaves. The proportion of females to males at each census from 1790 to 1850 is stated as follows. Males 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100. Females 964, 953, 962, 968, 964, 956, 95. This relates only to the free population. In enumerating slaves, no distinction of sex was made earlier than the year 1820. The ratio of male and female slaves since that date is as follows. Males 100, 100, 100, 100. Females 95, 1998, 36, 99, 55, 99, 95. From these tables, it appears that the males in the free population and the females in the slave population have been steadily increasing, but with no determined ratio of progression. Taking the total of free and slave population, since the census of 1820, the excess of males is stated thus. Males 4,898,127, 6,529,696, 8,688,530, 2, 11,837,661. Females 4,740,004, 6,330, 6,324, 8,380,921, 11,354,215. Excess of males 158,123, 193,372, 307,611, 480, 3,446. It will be seen from this that in 1850 the males were in excess at the rate of 2%, and by applying the same rule to the PG 619 population of 1850, a fair estimate of the relative number of each sex at the present time may be made as follows. Males 14,925,188. Females 14,316,951. Excess of males 608,237. Total estimated population 29,242,139. In the several geographical divisions of the Union, the proportion of white males to white females is thus shown. New England states Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut, 10,087 females to 100 males. Middle states New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, and District of Columbia, 9,770 females to 100 males. Southern states Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida, 9,854 females to 100 males. Southwestern states Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, Arkansas, and Tennessee, 9,166 females to 100 males. Northwestern states Kentucky, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Iowa, 9,211 females to 100 males. California and territories, 3,673 females to 100 males. Two facts are developed in this statement. In the New England states, females are in excess of males. From this district comes the majority of all the native-born prostitutes who find their home in New York City. In the northwestern states, to which it has been proposed to remove some of the surplus female labor of New York, the males are in excess, and any women sent there would aid in restoring the equilibrium of the sexes. The following table gives the relative percentage of each sex at different ages, and also the number of females to each 100 males. Ages, percentage of males, percentage of females, to each 100 males. Under 5 years, 1468, 1495, 96, 76. From 5 years to 10 years, 1369, 1398, 9703. 1015, 1223, 1235, 9600. 15 2010, 39, 1142, 10446. 2030, 1864, 1846, 9408. 3040, 1285, 1184, 8755. 4050, 800, 38 786, 8909. 5060, 490, 7 480, 392, 15. 6070, 264, 269, 96, 88. 7080, 111, 118, 10101. 8090, 30, 136, 11011. 90 104, 5, 12316. 100 years upward, 12045. Ages unknown, 734409. 100 195. PG 620. Experience has proved that the age at which female virtue is exposed to the most temptations, or at least the age at which the greater part of the prostitutes in New York have embraced their wretched calling, is from 15 to 20 years, and the table above shows that at those periods females are in excess over males nearly 412%. Is it to be supposed that the numerical predominance is the cause of the temptations, or may it not rather be concluded that both are coexistent and equally contribute to the sad result? Or even would not temptation be more aggravated, because concentrated, if, at that critical period of life, males and females were in equal numbers? The following table gives the relative ages of the whole population without distinction of sex, but compares the white, free-colored, and slave classes. Ages, percentage of white population, percentage of free-colored population, percentage of slave population. Under 5 years of age, 1481, 14, 16. From 5 years to 10 years, 1383, 1386, 1495. 1015, 1228, 1204, 1361. 15 2010, 89, 1008, 1115. 2030, 1855, 1785, 1786. 3040, 1236, 1271, 1104. 4050, 813, 873, 686. 5060, 490, 560, 396. 60 and upward, 420, 556, 368. Ages unknown, 572. 100 100 100. Births. The ratio of births is in the United States 1 birth to every 36 persons, or 275%. Great Britain 131 322. France 135 286. Russia 136 275. Prussia and Austria 126 387. Education. The importance of education and its influence upon the social problem of prostitution is a sufficient apology for the following extracts, in addition to what has been said already on the subject. There are in the United States 239 colleges with an annual income of $1,964,428. 80,978. Public schools, 9,529,542. 85 academies and private schools, 4,640,4,214. 87,302 educational institutions, which cost $16,138,184. PG 621. These institutions are attended by 3,644,928 scholars. There are in the United States natives 858,306. Foreigners 195,114. Total 1,053,420. Persons above 20 years of age who cannot read or write This number is subdivided thus. White free-colored, total. Males 380, 9,664, 40,722, 430,386. Females 573,234, 49,806,034. Total 962,894, 90,522, 1,053,420. This shows a remarkable preponderance of uneducated women. The percentage of children attending school in the United States, calculated on all between the ages of 5 and 15 years, is natives 80-81%, foreigners 51-73. A proof of the fact intimated already that foreign parents do not endeavor to avail themselves of the facilities provided for the education of their children. The illiterate of the population are thus minutely analyzed. White illiterate to total white 492%. Free-colored illiterate to total free-colored 2083. Native white and free-colored illiterate to total. Native white and free-colored 485. Foreign white and free-colored illiterate to total. Foreign white and free-colored 824. Native illiterate white and free-colored to total. Of both native over 20 years of age 1035. Foreign illiterate white and free-colored to total. Of both foreign over 20 years of age 1448. Foreign illiterate over 20 years of age 195,114. Foreign illiterate to total foreign over 20 years of age, supposing the illiterate to be all white 1451. Following the geographical sections, we obtain the following results. Sections percentage of pupils to the white population percentage of pupils to the white and free-colored population percentage of illiterate to white population. New England states 2590-2571, 188. Middle states 2179, 2102 316. Southern states 1452, 1392, 922. Southwestern states 1632, 1610 845. Northwestern states 2172, 2151 503. PG 622. Sections percentage of illiterate to natives percentage of illiterate to natives over 20 years of age percentage of illiterate to foreigners percentage of illiterate to foreigners over 20 years of age percentage of illiterate to free colored. New England states 2642, 1463, 2439, 845. Middle states 184, 300 955, 1592, 22, 42. Southern states 930, 2030, 528, 880, 2120. Southwestern states 841, 1663, 912, 1520, 1854. Northwestern states 497, 992, 463, 772, 2144. California and territories 1750-21, 63, 14, 13, 23, 51, 12, 47. Occupations. In the tables of occupations, the only class noticed is the white and free-colored male population over 15 years of age, no returns of female employment being given. As interesting to the general reader, although not in immediate connection with the subject, the following is given. Occupations, ratio percent. To the total. Employed. Commerce, trade, manufactures, mechanic arts, and mining 2972. Agriculture 40, 469. Labor not agricultural 1850. Army 10s. Sea and river navigation 217. Law, medicine, and divinity 176. Other pursuits requiring education 178. Government civil service 46. Domestic service 41. Other occupations 41. A similar but more elaborate statement of the occupations of the people of Great Britain was published in the British Census for 1841 and is reprinted by Professor de Bow in his compendium. Occupations, percentage. To total. Males, percentage. To total. Females, percentage. To total. Population. Commerce, trade, and manufactures 2624 712, 1652. Agriculture 1533 84 796. Labor not agricultural 699, 121 405. Army 140 270. Navy and merchant seamen, boatmen 100, 35 117. Clerical, legal, and medical professions 66 30. Other pursuits requiring education 117, 36 76. Government and municipal civil service 43 22. Domestic servants 278 948 618. Persons of independent means 147 380 8 269. Pensioners, paupers, lunatics, and prisoners 111 101 106. Unoccupied including women and children 4,576, 0658 35. 100 100 100. PG 623. Wages. In introducing this subject, Professor de Bow remarks, the money price of wages, unless the price of other articles be known, gives but an unsatisfactory idea of the condition of the laboring classes at different periods and in different countries. In the following tables of the rates of remuneration in 1850, this difficulty will scarcely exist, so far as New York is concerned at least. The large number of domestic servants who have been added to our population since that year precludes the possibility of any considerable advance in the rate of wages. And, as every reader has an idea of what a woman's necessary expenses must be, each will be enabled to decide for himself whether the compensation is sufficient or whether society at large would not be benefited were some of the surplus domestic servants removed to other localities, and thus, by increasing the demand, augment the wages. The following was the average weekly wages with board of a domestic servant in the year 1850. States wages. Alabama 141. Arkansas 167. California 13.0. Columbia District of 131. Connecticut 136. Delaware 084. Florida 183. Georgia 152. Illinois 114. Indiana 090. Iowa 17. Kentucky 19. Louisiana 257. Maine 19. Maryland 089. Massachusetts 148. Michigan 110. Mississippi 152. Missouri 117. New Hampshire 127. New Jersey 097. New York 15. North Carolina 087. Ohio 096. Pennsylvania 080. Rhode Island 142. South Carolina 142. Tennessee 10. Texas 20. Vermont 119. Virginia 096. Wisconsin 127. Territories. Minnesota 225. New Mexico 78. Oregon 10-0. Utah 146. The following is a table of the monthly wages in factories in the different states. It is, of course, exclusive of board and lodging. Looking at the amount received by female operatives, will anyone feel surprised that they should abandon the incessant and poorly paid employment? PG 624. Wages per month without board. States cotton, wool, pig iron, iron castings, wrought iron, fisheries. 1000, F1000, 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 F. 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100. Alabama 1171 798 1760 35 1529. Arkansas 1461 588. California 2333. 500. Of call 14 280 30 27 5. Connecticut 1908 11 80 24, 12 12 86 26 80 27, 2, 80 30 159 20 81. Delaware 1531, 1158, 1879, 1733 2336, 2553. Florida 30, 2 1450, 1758 840. Georgia 1457, 739 27 47, 1410 17 44 50, 27 43, 1135 50. Illinois 22 0 12 52, 22 6 28 50. Indiana 13 2 6 77, 21 80 1 11 5 26 0, 25 74 27, 45 40. Iowa 11 14 32 35. Kentucky 1495 9 36 15 30 11 11 20 23, 470 24 89, 4 15 32 6. Louisiana 35 60. Maine 29 35 12, 15 22, 57, 11 77 22 0, 29 0 50 19 12. Maryland 1542 9 48, 18 60 11 89 2014 27, 50 24 31. Massachusetts 22 90 13 60 22, 95 14 22, 27, 50 30 90 29, 46 12 79 15 70. Michigan 21 65 11 47 35 0, 28 68 22 43. Mississippi 14 21 5 94 37 91. Missouri 10 93 10, 0 32 06 50 24 28 1963 30 0. Hamp 26 0 13 47 22 86 14 53 18 0 33 5 31 34 10 0. New Jersey 1798 9 56 25 22 8 60 21 20 24 0 27 31 13 34. New York 1832 9 68 1997 11 76 25 0 27 49 28 91 20 35. Carolina 11 65 6 13 18 0 7 0 8 0 40 23 46 10 43 4 78 23 64 11 77. Ohio 1659 9 42 2014 10 90 24 48 27 32 29 58 19 7. Pennsylvania 1785 9 91 19 23 10 41 21 65 5 11 27 55 60 28 31 6 57. Roe Island 1860 12 95 20 70 15 18 29 63 57 85 34 0. Carolina 1394 830 1359 40. Tennessee 1094 642 1766 6 012 80 15 11 1796 450 15 25 0. Texas 20 20 43 43. Vermont 1553 1265 24 46 11 81 22 8 28 27 32 8. Virginia 10 18 6 98 18 17 9 91 12 76 6 86 19 91 9 44 25 41 21 70. Wisconsin 22 48 30 26 73 21 50. The number of hands employed in these manufactures is as follows. Manufacturers, men. Employed, men's average. Wages per month, women. Employed, women's. Average wages. Per month. Cotton 33,150, 16, 79 59,136, 924. Wool 22,678, 21 49, 16,574, 1186. Pidgeon 20,298, 2168, 155 13. Iron castings 23,541, 27 38 48 587. Wrought iron 16,110 27, 2 138 735. Fisheries 20,704, 2049, 429, 10.8. Total employed 136,480, 176,475. Pauperism. From tables relating to pauperism in the United States, we learn that in the year ending June 1, 1850, when our population was 23,191,876, they were supported in whole or in part at public expense. PG 625. Natives 66,434. Foreigners 68,538. Total 134,972. The cost of such support was 2,954,806. This is much less than the outlay in England, where, in the year 1848, there was expended 6,180,764 sterling, or over $30 million, the population being 17,521,956. Crime. There were confined in the various state prisons throughout the Union on June 1, 1850. White males 46-43. Females 115. Total whites 47-58. Colored males 801. Females 87. Total colored 888. Aggregate 56-46. Of these there were native whites 32-59. Colored 866. Total natives 41-25. Foreign whites 1499. Colored 22. Total foreign 1521. Aggregate 56-46. Intemperance. It need not be repeated that habits of intemperance and prostitution are closely allied. The following figures give the statistics of the breweries and distilleries in the United States. The total number of these establishments is 1217, in which is invested a capital of $8,507,574. They employ 6140 hands and consume during the year barley 3,780,7,195 bushels, corn 11,067,761, rye 2,140,3,927, oats 56,607, apples 526,840, hops 1294 tons, molasses 61,675 hogsheads. Their yearly production is ale 1,179,495 barrels, or 42,471,820 gallons. Whiskey, etc. 41,364,224. Rum 6,500,500. Total 90,330,6,544. PG 626. If these stimulants were used in the United States, exclusive of export or import, the average allowance for each man, woman, and child in the community would be nearly 4 gallons per year. The figures show how much we produce, but will not aid the inquiry as to how much is consumed. Nativities. The words natives and foreigners have been so frequently used in the course of this investigation that the official census returns as to their relative numbers cannot but be interesting. Of the white population of the United States there were born in the state in which they are now living 67.02%. United States, but not in the state in which they are now living 21.35. Total of natives 88.37. Born in foreign countries 11.46. Unknown nativities 17. Thus of every 100 white inhabitants of the United States, 88 were natives of the soil. Of the free-colored inhabitants there were natives 98.59%. Foreigners 94. Unknown nativities 47. The slave population are for all practical purposes entirely native. PG 627. Chapter 37, New York Remedial Measures. Effects of Prohibition, Required Change of Policy, Governmental Obligations, Prostitution augmented by seclusion, Impossibility of benevolent assistance, Necessity of sanitary regulations, Yellow fever, Effect of remedial measures in Paris, Syphilitic infection not a local question, Present measures to check syphilis, Island Hospital Blackwell's Island, Mode of admission, vagrancy commitment on confession and its action on Blackwell's Island, pecuniary results, moral effects, perpetuation of disease, inadequacy of present arrangements, discharges, writs of habeas corpus and certiorari, how obtained and their effects, public responsibility, proposed medical and police surveillance, requirements, hospital arrangements to be entirely separated from punitive institutions, medical visitation, power to place diseased women under treatment and detain them till cured, refutation of objections, quack advertisers, constitution of medical bureau, duties of examiners, license system, probable effects of surveillance, expenses of the proposed plan, agitation in England, the London Times on prostitution, objections considered, report from Medical Board of Bellevue Hospital on prostitution and syphilis, report from resident physician, Randall's Island on constitutional syphilis, reliability of statistics, resume of substantiated facts. Having traced the causes and delineated the extent and effects of the evil of prostitution as it exists in New York at the present time, an evident duty is to inquire what measures can be devised to stay the march of this desolating plague in its ravages on the health and morals of the public. This is a problem the solution of which has for centuries interested philanthropists and statesmen in different countries. They commenced with the theory that vice could be suppressed by statutory enactments, and the crushing out process was vigorously tried under various auspices, until experience demonstrated that it virtually increased and aggravated the evil it was intended to suppress. At subsequent periods, however, different measures have been adopted with different results. It will be necessary, in the first place, to consider the effect of stringent prohibitory measures. The records given in the previous chapters of this work show what these have attempted, and they also show at the same time the uselessness of endeavoring to eradicate prostitution by compulsory legislation. The lash, the dungeon, the rack, and the stake have each been tried, and all PG 628 have proved equally powerless to accomplish the object. Admitting that, in religion, morals, or politics, it is impossible to force concurrence in any particular sentiment, while a kindly persuasive plan may lead to its adoption. Admitting that all attempts to compel prostitutes to be virtuous have notoriously failed, has not the time arrived for a change of policy? If, in direct ratio to the stringency of prohibitory measures, the vice sought to be exterminated has steadily increased, does not reason suggest the expediency of resorting to other measures for its suppression? It has been said that history is philosophy teaching by example, and if such instruction is well considered, none can fail to see therein an unanswerable argument against excessive severity in this matter. The several statutes prescribing prostitution have been detailed, and their specific results given, as gathered from the experience of various countries. At the time these laws were in force, it is hardly probable that their authors regarded them as unsusceptible of improvement, and the question now arises for decision, in this age of general progress, is it not our duty to try the effect of some other line of action in this country? In common with other nations, we have passed laws intended to crush out prostitution, have made vigorous protests on paper against its existence, and our labors have ended. The experience acquired in this course of legislation only demonstrates that such laws cannot be enforced so as to produce the desired effect. But why are they still retained on the statute books? Is it not an opprobrium upon our national character to allow them to exist if they are never to be enforced? If they are powerless for good, effective only to increase the plague they were designed to check, why not expunge them at once, and substitute others more practicable and more useful in their stead? A candid acknowledgement of error, whether by an individual or a community, is always a creditable and graceful act. It shows that experience has dictated a wiser course, that reflection and experiment have condemned the former plan. It is not to be supposed that any system of laws will entirely eradicate prostitution. History, social arrangements, and physiology alike forbid any such utopian idea. But will not a more enlightened policy do much toward diminishing it? Many of the present generation can recollect the time when it was considered right and proper to imprison an insolvent debtor. But this idea is now wisely repudiated by society, and no one will assert that PG 629, the effect of the change, has been to place any additional difficulties in the way of collecting legal claims. Capital punishment has been abolished in many cases, and yet it is a well-known fact that crime has diminished where this experiment has been tried. This is more particularly the case in England, where forgery, which was punished with death, is comparatively rare since the amelioration of the law. A general conviction is becoming prevalent that the most effectual way to deal with criminals is to attempt to raise them above what they were, in contradistinction to the old plan of sinking them lower. It is now freely acknowledged that the elevating, instead of the depressing process, is consonant both with the spirit of our republican institutions and with humanizing policy. Even if American society is not yet prepared to take a course directly the reverse of its present prohibitory practice, prudence dictates the adoption of some medium rule by which prostitution can be kept in check without being encouraged or allowed, as in the Prussian laws, which expressly declare that the vice is tolerated but not permitted. Government should be patriarchal in its character and exercise an effective but parental supervision over all its subjects. This is the living principle which gives vitality and strength to any organization, and no satisfactory government can exist if it is absent. Now, in regard to prostitutes, admitting that they have erred still, the people who constitute the government in this country are pg 630 concerned in the matter, and their mutual obligations, their policy, and their pecuniary interests require that these wandering members of the body corporate should have a reasonable opportunity for reformation, which will give this opportunity most effectually to crush them under the weight of their own misdeeds, or to adopt a liberal course likely to induce them to abandon their depraved habits. One of the secrets which bound the soldiers of the empire to the standard of Napoleon through all his battles and vicissitudes was the knowledge that France regarded them as her children and would not fail to protect and support them. The words "I am a Roman citizen" derived their magic power from the fact that the Roman Empire treated all her citizens as sons and watched over their interests with parental care. The recent outburst of popular enthusiasm in our own country, when the commander of an American national vessel rescued a citizen from threatened outrage in a foreign land, was an emphatic recognition of the principle. Can we now consistently refuse to apply the rule to all who need our kindly care? It may be considered a bold assertion that our present mode of dealing with prostitution is calculated to widely extend its pg 631 prevalence, yet the historical facts already given are sufficient to prove its truth without further argument. The existing rule of treatment, instead of suppressing the vice, merely drives it into seclusion, a result far different from the design, and infinitely increasing its power. To those secret haunts of prostitution resort the lowest and most depraved of the male sex, with the full knowledge that a fundamental law of our Commonwealth considers every house a castle, into which no officer can enter unless armed with a special legal authority or called in to suppress an outrage. The result of such seclusion is to confirm the vicious habits of the prostitutes, and frequently to lead them to the commission of other and more heinous offenses. Again, secrecy further augments prostitution by preventing the approach of those benevolent individuals who would feel a pleasure in advising and directing the daughters of misery for their real good. Philanthropists have organized prison associations and Magdalene asylums to bear upon prostitution, but they can only reach it in its lowest grades, when the females become inmates of public institutions from destitution and disease. Reformers cannot come near the fountainhead, and they are consequently now as far from the consummation of their praiseworthy intentions as when they commenced their labors, because prohibitory measures force prostitutes to take shelter in seclusion, and it is only when women are consigned to our hospitals, workhouses, and penitentiaries that they become accessible. By this time they are so far sunk in depravity as to afford very slender hope of reformation. This is more especially true of Magdalene asylums. There is indeed a field white unto the harvest for benevolent exertions in the most secluded haunts of prostitution, if they could only be made accessible. Sympathy is worthily bestowed upon the sick or dying women transferred from public institutions to charitable organizations, to alleviate the sorrows of their final sufferings, to soothe the agony of the hour of death, to divest of its terrors the passage from this world to the dread future, is a work in which the heart of any Christian must rejoice. But it is only a part of the duties contemplated by such asylums. While their projectors gladly administer the consolations of our holy religion to an expiring Magdalene, they also seek an opportunity to direct erring women to the paths of virtue during the life that still remains to them, to guide them to a path in which they can retrace the false steps already taken, and become useful members of pg 632 society. This opportunity for exertion is denied under the system which drives vice into seclusion. Turning now from considering the operation of repressive laws, we notice the importance of sanitary and quarantine regulations. One of the first cares of a good government is to preserve and promote the public health. An illustration of this position occurred in the summer of 1856, when fears were entertained that the city would be visited by a frightful epidemic fever. The public voice declared through the newspapers that the most rigorous and careful sanitary measures were needed, and the cleaning of streets, the removal of nuisances, the purification of tenant houses, and many other measures of the same kind were loudly called for and adopted as far as possible, while the quarantine regulations of the harbor were strictly enforced. In view of this danger, so dreadful and apparently so imminent, the united voice of public opinion sanctioned the very course advocated here, namely, the adoption of remedial, or more properly speaking, preventive measures. Venereal poison is as destructive, although not so suddenly fatal, as yellow fever, and every motive of philanthropy and economy urges the necessity of effective means for its counteraction. Since remedial or preventive measures have been adopted in Paris, the number of cases of disease and the virulence of its form have materially abated. This fact is asserted not merely on our own personal knowledge, but also from the corroborative testimony of physicians who have had recent opportunities of investigating the subject in that capital. The diminution can be easily explained by a comparison of the laws and regulations applicable to prostitution. We in New York, by our stringent prohibition, drive the vice into seclusion and deprive ourselves of the means of watching either its progress or results, while our French contemporaries insist that it shall be at all times open to the surveillance of properly appointed persons. The extent of syphilitic infection in New York has been portrayed in the preceding chapter, but the danger of contamination must not be viewed as a merely local question. From its commercial importance, its mercantile marine, its centralization of railroads and canals, and its facilities for river navigation, this city is now the great point of arrival and departure of travelers and emigrants from and to all parts of the Union. Foreigners reach here in large numbers every day, intending to travel to other states. If PG 633 they remain in the city a few days only, they are exposed to its temptations, and may contract disease which, by their agency, will be perpetuated in the district they have selected as their future home. Returned adventurers from the Pacific shores come here to find the readiest transit to their several destinations. They are exposed to the same temptations, with a probability of the same result. Merchants and storekeepers visit this commercial emporium to obtain supplies of goods, and they are exposed to the same fascinations and the same contingencies. The sailors in port are similarly liable. In short, it is scarcely possible to imagine the extent over which the syphilitic poison originating in the proud and wealthy city of New York may be spread, nor would it be an error to describe the Empire City as a hotbed, where, from the nature of its laws on prostitution, syphilis may be cultivated and disseminated. Possessed, then, of indubitable proofs of the existence of syphilis, and the knowledge that its range is more widely extended every day, gathering additional malignity in its progress, the next point is to inquire what measures have been adopted to check its ravages. These have hitherto been found totally inadequate, because based upon an erroneous theory, namely, the idea of suppression. The principal public or free hospital where the venereal disease is confessedly treated is the Penitentiary Hospital on Blackwell's Island, now known as the Island Hospital. To obtain the benefit of medical treatment therein, it is necessary that the patient should have been sentenced from the Court of Sessions to the penitentiary for the commission of some crime, or committed to the workhouse by a police justice for vagrancy, drunkenness, or disorderly conduct. From this fact it will be seen that there is, strictly speaking, no free hospital for such diseases, as the only one intended for their treatment will, or can receive none, but those sentenced for an infraction of the laws. Still, the necessity for professional assistance compels many, both males and females, to submit to the degradation of a police commitment. Unfortunate women, or laboring men, find that they are suffering from infection. Possibly they have no money, or probably they have exhausted their funds in payments to charlatans, and so resort for aid and advice to some one of the public dispensaries. Unless the case is a slight one, the medical officers there advise them to resort to hospital treatment, to procure which the poor sufferers are furnished with a certificate of their state, PG 634, and directed to apply to a police justice. They follow this advice, and in 9 cases out of 10 the magistrate's only remark is, "Do you want me to send you to the hospital?" The answer, of course, is in the affirmative, and he forthwith signs a printed commitment to the penitentiary or workhouse for a time named therein, and ranging from 1 to 6 months at the discretion of the magistrate. The following is a copy of one of these documents. City and County of New York, SS. By Esquire, one of the police justices in and for the City and County of New York. To the constables and policemen of the said city, and every of them, and to the warden of the penitentiary of the City and County of New York. These are in the name of the people of the State of New York, to command you, the said constables and policemen, to convey to the said penitentiary the body of, who stands charged before me with being a vagrant, viz., being without the means of supporting self, and having contracted an infectious disease in the practice of debauchery, viz., the venereal disease, requiring charitable aid to restore to health, whereof he is convicted of record on confession, the record of which conviction has been made and filed in the office of the clerk of the Court of Sessions of the City and County aforesaid, and it appearing to me that the said is an improper person to be sent to the almshouse, you, the said warden, are hereby commanded to receive into your custody, in the said penitentiary, the body of the said, and safely keep for the space of month, or until he shall be thence delivered by due course of law. Given under my hand and seal, this day of, in the year of our Lord 1850. Police Justice. This is technically called a commitment on confession, and its effects are precisely the same as they would be if the individual had been convicted of any tangible act of vagrancy. He is in law, and in fact a prisoner for the space of time named in the commitment. He must wear the prison garb, and submit to the prison discipline, until the expiration of his sentence. It is well known to the justices that a penal commitment like the above will immediately secure the sufferer the medical attention his case requires, but they have no power to send anyone direct to the hospital. PG 635, and here an inquiry will naturally suggest itself. What does, or what should a magistrate know about committing a sick person, and how can he decide the time such invalid shall remain under treatment? A self-evident conclusion will be that the whole process is an absurd one at the best, and its requirements a hardship on magistrates already overburdened with legitimate duties. The reader's attention is requested to the pecuniary effects of this plan. To illustrate, suppose the case of a man committed for 6 months. He is suffering from some form of venereal disease, and in this state is received at the penitentiary or workhouse, where his clothes are taken from him, the institution costume supplied, and the particulars of his name, age, nativity, occupation, etc., are registered with an abstract of the commitment by virtue of which he is detained. He is then subjected to medical examination and transferred to the hospital. In this institution, he remains until cured, if that end is attained before the expiration of his sentence, and is then retransferred to the penitentiary or workhouse. The average time required for the successful treatment of the disease named in the Blackwell's Island Hospital will not probably exceed 2 months, and often a much shorter period is sufficient. But the man has been committed for 6 months, and for the unexpired 4 months of his incarceration, he has to be fed, clothed, and lodged at the expense of the almshouse department. The labor he can perform will never amount in value to the actual cost of his support, so that he is maintained 4 months in accordance with law at a positive cost to the taxpayers of the city, because they have already supported him for 2 months in the hospital. In the aggregate of cases during a year, these costs amount to a very large sum. Need any farther argument be adduced to show the palpable absurdity of the system? A few words upon the moral effect of this local system upon prostitution in New York, premising that being a prostitute is acknowledged by all as a degradation, while a vagrancy commitment to the workhouse or penitentiary is a positive disgrace. The system is a portion of the crushing gout plan already mentioned, and it says, in effect, we the people of New York City will give you an opportunity to be cured of your loathsome and destructive malady, but only upon the condition that you become the inmate of a penal institution. We know that you cannot be PG 636 cured unless you accept our terms, and we will make those terms as hard and repulsive to human nature as ingenuity can devise. It has been a medical axiom that no 2 poisons can exist in the system at one and the same time. But the citizens of New York have been experimenting for some years to ascertain whether 2 moral poisons cannot be coexistent in the same person, by adding farther and unnecessary disgrace to the vice of prostitution, thus widening the gulf between the sinner and her possible return to virtue. The impolicy of making syphilis a reason for imprisonment, except so far as curative measures actually require it, must be apparent to all, were it merely from the fact that it deters many who are suffering from embracing the opportunity of cure until they are absolutely compelled to do so. How excessively wrong is this principle in a hygienic point of view must be evident. A directly contrary course, making the hospital attractive instead of repulsive, would be the true policy and would be the most economical in its results. Nor is it justice to the medical departments of our public institutions to clog their labors with a proviso which prevents their aid being sought until the last extremity, when it can only exert a palliative and not a curative agency. If syphilis could be reached in its primary stages, their task would be much less difficult and their services much more effectual. Whereas little or nothing can be accomplished when official regulations keep away the patients until the disease becomes constitutional and the mischief is done. As in morals, so is it in medicine. Any evil, to be treated with success, must be encountered in its first stage, and if our regulations preclude this opportunity, but slight hopes can be entertained of any good results. Under a more liberal system, the physician and the philanthropist could combine their efforts. The former would not have to encounter disease inveterately fixed on a broken-down constitution. The latter would not find his benevolent designs, frustrated by a lengthened career of depravity, now become habitual. The effect of the provision which offers medical aid to prisoners only is that every woman of the town will try all possible means to dispense with the treatment. It is only when she has actually fallen to the lowest deep of her class, when one step more will plunge her into a bottomless abyss of helpless and hopeless woe, that she will voluntarily accept the proffered aid. She will endure torture from her maladies, or rely upon the assistance of pg 637 empirics, and submit to all their extortions, rather than become a prisoner. But when every resource is exhausted, and her physical torments plainly tell her that she must obtain medical relief or die, then she submits. Once in the hospital, she is relieved, after a period of protracted sickness, and leaves it to return to her old haunts, because she can go nowhere else, the law having affixed the additional disgrace of imprisonment upon her former bad character. Sociality is a characteristic of human nature, and if these women cannot gain admission to any company but that of the vicious and abandoned, they prefer that to solitude. Returned once more to her former associates, the time soon comes when farther medical assistance is needed, and thus she alternates for a few months or years between prison, hospital, and brothel, till death puts an end to her sufferings, and a nameless grave in Potter's Field receives the remains of one whom charitable measures, properly applied, might possibly have made a useful member of society. The sense of shame, which follows a single deviation from the paths of virtue, drives many women to prostitution. Why add to the existing sense of shame another infamy when she unfortunately contracts disease? Can we consistently blame her if she becomes callous, when every legal provision directly tends to indurate her sensibilities? The misconduct of parents toward children has been shown as one of the causes of prostitution. The father or mother drives from the paternal roof the child who has committed but a single error. Then, under the pressure of hunger, she inevitably sins more deeply, becomes diseased, applies to the public for relief, and is sentenced to imprisonment. The first mistake, that of the parents, makes her vicious. The second mistake, incarceration, confirms her in vice. We denounce such ill-treatment in the parents, while practically we ourselves, as the natural guardians of all who need assistance, are doing precisely the same thing. Where, then, is our consistency? If it is right for us, a body corporate, to practice such cruel oppression, is it not equally justifiable for each member of the body to act in the same manner in his individual capacity? Of course, what is right for the multitude must be right for the individual, and our own conduct convicts us of inconsistency. We have no warrant to condemn parents for single acts which we perform collectively, or, if we are right in censuring them, we are wrong in performing the same acts ourselves. If they are reprehensible, we also are culpable. pg 638. This system, with all its absurdity, its prejudicial effect on public health, and its obvious tendency to immorality, is not adequate to stay the destroying scourge. On the contrary, it is likely to extend its ravages. If a prostitute, arrested and committed to Blackwell's Island for drunkenness or any disorderly conduct, is found to be diseased, or if she commits herself knowing that she is infected, she is immediately placed under medical charge. She will probably remain contentedly in the hospital until the worst symptoms of the disease are subdued. By this time, the discipline of the institution has become irksome to her. She communicates with the brothel keeper with whom she formerly boarded, or with some lover or acquaintance, who sues out a writ of certiorari or habeas corpus, which instantly effects her discharge. She now returns to her former haunts, half-cured, again to aid in disseminating disease, farther to undermine her own constitution, and to infect men who will in turn become a charge upon the taxpayers, or by their agency cause others to become thus liable. The instance of wholesale release mentioned in the previous chapter will recur to the mind of the reader. The experience of almost every day confirms these statements. It is well known that there are those who hang around the various police courts expressly to attend to such business, and who make a large income from this source, exclusive of other matters pertaining to prostitution, in which they occasionally exert their abilities. The vagrancy commitments by which women are sent up are generally insufficient, and there is no legal power to detain them and force them to submit to the treatment they so much require. It has been asserted by legal men of high standing that nearly the whole of the commitments issued by police justices are defective, and that there exists in law no impediment to the immediate discharge of every prostitute now on Blackwell's Island. The public can readily perceive the necessary inefficiency of these institutions, so far as the prevention of venereal disease is concerned. The facility with which prostitutes committed to Blackwell's Island can obtain their discharge may be attributed to want of care in making out the commitments. A recent statute prescribes the form in which these should be made, requiring the recital of admitted or substantiated facts, and the filing of a copy of the original in the office of the clerk of the Court of Sessions. These requirements are not observed, and the reason assigned by PG 639 magistrates is that their own time, and the time of their clerks, is so fully occupied by the press of business before them that they cannot proceed as minutely as the Act directs. This confirms the view already expressed of the impolicy and impropriety of placing such onerous and extrajudicial duties upon the justices. But as they would be liable to be sued for false imprisonment if they committed under this Act without observing all its requirements, they issue their commitments in the old form required by the revised statutes, and are sheltered thereby from ulterior consequences. These commitments direct the persons to be confined in the penitentiary, but the local arrangements of Blackwell's Island require them to be sent to the workhouse, and unless this transfer is actually made in each case by the governors of the Almshauseffer, they cannot deputize their power. It is a waiver of the right of custody, and consequently entitles the prisoner so transferred to a discharge. It has been claimed that the workhouse is a part of the penitentiary, but this point has been overruled because the statute establishing the workhouse plainly shows a contrary intent. A prisoner is entitled to a discharge on another ground, namely, because the commitment has not been filed as directed, or, on another ground, that the commitment does not recite the evidence by which the fact of vagrancy was proved. A final ground of discharge, which is never pressed till all the minor technicalities have failed, is that the whole proceeding is illegal because the statute of 1854 has not been complied with. On these grounds, a writ of certiorari or habeas corpus is sued out, the preliminary steps being a petition from the prisoner or his friend, setting forth that he is illegally detained, an affidavit of verification, and a certificate of the clerk of the Court of Sessions that the commitment has not been filed in his office. Upon the presentation of these documents, the judge to whom application is made issues the required writ, and specifies the time at which it shall be returnable. The action of the two writs is similar, excepting that a writ of habeas corpus requires the production of the prisoner before the judge, in addition to a return of the cause of detention, while a writ of certiorari only requires a return of the cause of detention. The return is made by the person having custody of the prisoner, and consists of a copy of the commitment under which he is held, and, from the already stated informality of these documents, it will be apparent there can be no legal ground PG 640 for his detention. The judge is strictly prohibited from entertaining any question beyond the legality of the papers. With the moral aspect of the question he cannot interfere, and as the commitments are generally informal, he has no alternative but to discharge the prisoner. Application for these writs must be made in the name of an attorney, but such name is often used by an agent who transacts the business and divides the fee with his principal. From this sketch, it will be evident that, if the prescribed form were observed in these commitments, frequent discharges would be avoided, or there would be so many difficulties to surmount that they would be very rarely attempted. Does no responsibility rest upon the public, and on our lawmakers, for negligence in this matter? Without conceding that a vagrancy commitment is likely to reform a prostitute, in fact, the weight of evidence is against the possibility of its doing so. The case stands thus. The legislature has provided a mode of relief which was deemed effectual at the time, but this mode is evaded, or cannot be observed, by those upon whom its administration devolves. The public have long known the existence of these difficulties, but have never interfered to give us a better act. By their refusal to interfere, they stand in the position of aiders and abettors in this neglect, or, worse than neglect, the actual propagation of a dreadful disease. Had public opinion been concentrated upon this matter, an inquiry would long ago have shown the fallacy of our present system and suggested the required amendments. This has not been done, but public remissness in no way diminishes public responsibility. This doctrine of public accountability may be profitably examined for a few moments in connection with the general aspect of prostitution. Few will deny that the mass of the people are answerable for many of its evils. They are cognizant of the existence of vice in the aggregate, if not in detail. They can understand its effects, and are not ignorant of the principal causes which lead to it, yet they make no effort to remove existing causes or to prevent future evils. They practically treat women as an inferior race of beings, and cannot even give a poor seamstress employment without saying, in fact, if not in words, you cannot be trusted to make this unless a man examines every buttonhole and inspects every row of stitching to see that you are not defrauding us. The only way to secure confidence is to bestow pg 641 confidence. But if a person is treated in a manner likely to destroy self-respect, the inevitable result will be a recklessness as to his or her own character. Despised without a cause, treated in mere business matters as imbeciles or children or thieves, it is not surprising that women become careless as to their future life, and smarting under the injustice of their position, too frequently degenerate into the wretched beings who infest our streets and pollute the atmosphere with their deadly infection. The public, then, are responsible for this prostitution, because they have never bestowed any attention upon it. It is one of the gravest and most difficult of social problems, involving the interests of every man in the community, and yet the most stupid indifference has been shown respecting it. The subject has been canvassed by medical men on account of its sad effects upon the physical organization. Its extent has been known to judicial and police authorities from its social and civil results. But the great body of the public have hitherto decided that they know nothing, and want to know nothing about it. They admit its existence, being too evident to be denied, but so far they have taken no steps to ascertain its source or stay its progress, because it was a matter with which they were afraid to interfere, and now the deplorable consequences accruing from it must be laid to their charge. It cannot be denied that there are many difficulties attending any investigation of this vice, that many well-meaning but timid people entertain the opinion that it is one of those gangrenous ulcers upon society which cannot be alluded to except in whispers, that more harm would result from instituting inquiries than if it were allowed to exist and fester on unnoticed. This apathy, pg 642, which has heretofore been the policy, has made prostitution the monster evil which it now is, and upon those who have advocated, or may advocate, a continuance of the same course of silence and inaction, the sufferers from the vice may justly charge their destruction. The masterly inactivity of the statesman is unquestionably justifiable in any case where passive resistance will overcome an evil, but in dealing with prostitution, a diametrically opposite method must be pursued. It requires an active aggression upon all old prejudices, an explosion of still older theories, a vigorous commencement of a new course. It has been shown elsewhere that the public are responsible for prostitution because they persist in excluding women from many kinds of employment for which they are fitted, while for work in those occupations which are open to them, they receive an entirely inadequate remuneration. It has also been shown that the community are equally responsible on account of their non-interference with known and acknowledged evils. Another reason why accountability cannot be evaded may be designated, namely, the carelessness, or more properly, heartlessness, with which the character of woman is treated. Let there be but a breath of suspicion against her fair fame, no matter from what vile source it may emanate, and the energies of man seem directed toward her destruction. "She is down, keep her down," is the almost universal cry, and this malignant process is continued until the victim is positively forced into a life of undisguised immorality. The sacred decision, "Let him that is without sin among you cast the first stone," is entirely forgotten, and the most violent in their denunciations are frequently those who are the most blameworthy themselves. The whole force of the world's opinion has been directed, not to the censure of actually guilty parties who induced the crime, but to the poor wronged sufferer. She, who is too frequently the victim of falsehood and deceit, or the slave of an absolute necessity, must expiate her fault by submitting to a constant succession of indignities and annoyances. He, whose conduct has made her PG 643 what she is, escapes all censure. But some moralist will ask, how would you have us treat such women? Treat them, sir, as human beings, actuated by the same passions as yourself, as susceptible beings, keenly sensitive of reproach, as injured beings who have a claim upon your kindness, as outraged beings who have a demand upon your justice. Lead them into a path by which they can escape from danger. Protect the innocent from the snares which environ them on every side. And when this is done, pour the vials of your hottest wrath on those of your own sex whose machinations have blighted some of God's fairest created beings. Public responsibility must be understood in its broadest and most literal sense, as meaning the individual accountability of every member of the community. The time has not yet arrived, unfortunately, when this matter can be left in the hands of corporations or legislatures. Their constituents must be aroused to consideration of its importance before any satisfactory action can or will be taken by them. And it is to the thinking men of the age that these pages are addressed, in the full confidence that so soon as their sympathies are enlisted, public action will follow. To this end, an endeavor has been made to show the injurious effects of prohibition, disappointing expectation as a means of decreasing syphilis, or of curtailing the limits of prostitution, the necessity which exists for effectual preventive measures, and the inefficient, or worse than inefficient, nature of the local arrangements of New York to accomplish this desideratum. Thus the way for a consideration of the remedial process has been opened, and now with such evidence as he has before him, the reader may be asked, in all sincerity, if he does not seriously believe that it would be a prudent step, instead of trying to extirpate the evil, to place prostitutes and prostitution under the surveillance of a medical bureau in the police department. Extirpation never has been, never can be accomplished in any community. Repression and restriction, as proposed, have been tried and have proved successful. Assuming an affirmative answer to this question, and it is difficult to imagine it otherwise if the facts are dispassionately considered, attention is respectfully requested to the manner in which the change could be effected. To meet the exigencies of the case, there are required: 1. A suitable hospital for the treatment of venereal disease. 2. A legally authorized medical visitation of all known houses PG 644 of prostitution, with full power to order the immediate removal of any woman found to be infected to the designated hospital. 3. The power to detain infected persons under treatment until they are cured, a term of time which none but medical men can decide. By a suitable hospital is meant an institution devoted to the treatment of such diseases, like the special hospitals of Paris and other continental cities, and entirely removed from all connection with any punitive establishment. The rules proposed for the government of the island hospital, when its name was changed from Penitentiary Hospital, do not, by any means, meet the urgent requirements of the case. The penitentiary, its officers and inmates, must be entirely shut out from the desired hospital, and no prison warden or keeper of criminals must have any jurisdiction within its walls or over its grounds. Inmates of hospitals have too long endured the stupid interference of non-medical men, and it is time that medical law exclusively was considered in the direction and management of buildings devoted to medical purposes. This is especially necessary in a syphilitic hospital on account of the character of its patients. No amount of imprisonment as a punishment ever yet reformed a prostitute, and it never will. All intercourse with prisoners, be it ever so transient, has but confirmed women in vice. The tendency of imprisonment is directly contrary to any reformation, confirming previous habits instead of rooting them out. The instinctive dread of incarceration has prevented many from availing themselves of the medical advantages offered them, particularly among the better and higher grades of frail women. We want a hospital exclusively for the treatment of syphilis, with the power to place and keep there all women so diseased until cured. Matters of detail can be arranged in such a manner as to admit of a proper classification, based upon the degree of moral turpitude belonging to each. Payment could and should be required from all who possess the means, for expenses actually incurred, and this would contribute a considerable sum to meet the expenditures of the institution. Among these women, as a body, there exists an excessive amount of pride. Those of the upper class will not associate with any of a lower rank, and in fact, look upon them in very much the same manner that moralists regard the whole body. To be enabled to reach them at all, a liberal management must be adopted. But will not this be deferring to PG 645 vice, because it is dressed in silks or satins? Ask someone. Most decidedly not. Let the arrangements be what they might, such a hospital as described would afford no encouragement to vice, for in it all must submit to the same course of treatment, varied only in the minor accessories which surround it. Even if the arrangements were exposed to an objection like the above, the end would justify the means. The city of New York contains, at this day, venereal infection sufficient to contaminate all the male population of the United States in a very short space of time. It has been proved from official and medical statistics that this malady is rapidly on the increase, and a paramount question is how to be relieved of the incubus. Rigorous prohibitory measures will not affect this, they only make the matter worse. Punitive hospitals will not affect this, they have been tried and found wanting. Free institutions would, in all probability, succeed in accomplishing far more than any other measure our citizens have ever tried. The question is one, if not absolutely of life, certainly of healthy existence, and its inestimable importance must override all doubts and difficulties. In view of the dangers surrounding our rising generation, even supposing the men and women of the present day exempt from them, it would be perfectly inexcusable to refuse any available plan, because some one of its features might not please all tastes. Adopt an arrangement similar to that suggested, and if any crudities are discovered, they can be readily cured as experience points them out. The plan is not presented as a perfect one, but merely as an outline sketch of what is necessary. A regular medical visitation of all prostitutes is an essential part of the scheme, and its organization should be a matter of serious consideration. The Parisian plan already submitted might form a very good basis, and an arrangement which throws the whole system of prostitution open to an effective police supervision, and the establishment of a medical bureau in connection therewith for professional purposes, is suggested as most desirable. This medical visitation, conducted by physicians to be connected with the police department, and sustained by the power of that body, should be confided to men of recognized skill and known integrity. To ensure public confidence, so essentially necessary in the inception of any social innovation, it would be necessary that the agents upon whom its execution devolved should be men of tried probity and acknowledged reputation, both professional PG 646 and personal. The slightest symptom of disease should be sufficient evidence to warrant the immediate removal of any woman to the syphilitic hospital. The residence of any woman, be it temporary or permanent, in a known house of prostitution must subject her to a medical examination, as it would afford a very strong presumption that she was there for immoral purposes. The propriety of a medical examination of prostitutes at certain intervals cannot be doubted, and in fact, it is practically admitted at the present time by some few of the brothel keepers in the city. These pay a physician a liberal salary to visit their boarders every few days for the express purpose of carrying out the plan suggested now, resorting to treatment whenever he finds it necessary. Some of the most aristocratic houses of prostitution are thus attended, but the system is in use more especially among those natives of continental Europe who are now keeping houses of ill fame in New York, and who, in bringing to the New World many of the customs of the Old, have thus testified to the benefit of the regulations enforced there. But although such visiting physician may pronounce a girl infected, the world has no security that she will not continue her avocation, and in order to remove all doubt upon this question, she should be instantly removed to an institution where she cannot possibly propagate the malady. This must be done under conjoint medical and police authority. Among prostitutes of the lower grades, systematic visitation is more imperatively necessary. They will not place themselves under medical treatment unless they are compelled, but until their disease assumes a character that prevents the possibility of farther concealment from their visitors, they continue to ply their loathsome and destructive trade. The summit of ambition with them is to keep their liberty, so long as they can earn enough to provide themselves a shelter and feed their ravenous appetite for intoxicating liquor. They are content to submit to the pains and ravages of syphilis, alike heedless of their own sufferings and the injuries they inflict on others. We have had cases under our own professional treatment where women have actually persevered in this course for many weeks after they had become aware they were diseased, solely for the reasons indicated. It may be objected that such a plan would offer a premium to lewdness by circumscribing the dangers of infection, but this argument can have little weight, as it is scarcely possible that PG 647 promiscuous sexual intercourse can be carried on much more extensively than it is at present. The vice seems to have reached its culminating point. Experience proves that in all ages of the world, there have been many men whose passions were so violent and so ill-regulated that they would attain their gratification at any risk, even though that risk included the probability of venereal infection. As in games of hazard every player hopes to be a winner, so in carnal indulgences every man flatters himself that, because some gratify their lusts unscathed for a long series of years, so may he, that as hitherto he has escaped disease in his unhallowed amours, he may continue equally fortunate to the end of his career. This is confessedly a poor dependence, but it is the reliance of hundreds and thousands of the followers of her whose house is the way to hell. Diseases of a syphilitic nature are viewed by some persons as special punishments for special sins, and hence they argue that it would be an interference with the order of providence to attempt to eradicate them. The discussion of a theological question would be altogether out of place in these pages, but the supposition may be met by a parallel case. Delirium tremens is the result of an excessive use of intoxicating liquors, and may justly be considered a special punishment for that offense. But did anybody ever know a case in which those who object to the treatment of syphilis extended a single obstacle to the case of a drunkard? If it is right to adopt curative measures in one case, why exclude them in the other? But even supposing that the treatment of syphilis is open to this objection, so far as the guilty parties are concerned, shall their descendants be involved in suffering because the parents sinned? If a rigorous medical examination offers additional inducements to prostitution by reducing the probabilities of disease, it also guarantees that helpless wives and unborn children shall not be included in its list of victims. Go to the thousands of married women now childless or suffering from abortion. Ask their opinion. Go to the thousands of disappointed husbands whose hopes of offspring have been blighted in consequence of their own youthful dissipation. Ask their opinion, and see what the answers would be. Go and ask the diseased children on Randall's Island, and in their emaciated frames read their testimony. The evidence thus obtained would prove unanswerable arguments in favor of the plan proposed. It cannot be imagined that forcing diseased women to submit PG 648 to a specific routine of treatment in a special hospital involves any undue interference with their personal liberty. The right to commit a wrong, be it social, moral, or physical, never can exist. The slightest reflection upon such a proposition will at once prove it untenable. The spread of venereal disease is a positive wrong, and therefore, a woman who is suffering from it, and is certain or likely to propagate it, is as legitimate an object for compulsory treatment as would be a maniac whom we should find roaming through the streets of the city, or a person afflicted with smallpox, yellow fever, or any other contagious or infectious malady. If either of these cases were to come before any member of the community, he would not for one moment regard it an infringement of personal liberty to place the subject under proper care and restraint. On the contrary, he would think of the danger to which he and his family were exposed, and, flinging theory to the winds, would immediately urge prompt and practical measures. This is all that is asked respecting prostitution. Let the public be once thoroughly convinced of the extent and danger of syphilitic infection, and there would be but few objectors to these suggestions. Among that few, the principal portion doubtless would be the advertising empirics, whose disgusting announcements occupy so much space in the columns of our daily journals. That they derive a large income from this source is indisputable, and it is equally certain that if the recommendations now made were adopted, they would find their occupation gone. Speaking in all candor, the health, decency, and good morals of the city would be better cared for in their absence than it now is, with all the combinations of their extraordinary success, unequaled experience, and unparalleled facilities. In a financial view, the money they extort, we refrain from using a harsher term, from their credulous patients, could be far better applied than in contributing to their wealth. Farther, such an institution and organization as has been described would be useless did it not possess the absolute power to retain every patient under treatment until cured. Whatever modification of principle or mode of action may be ultimately adopted, and sooner or later something must be done, this is an indispensable requisite. One half the danger of venereal infection arises from imperfectly cured cases. Under the existing system, as already explained, writs can be issued at an almost nominal cost to remove any or all of the prostitutes now under PG 649 medical treatment on Blackwell's Island, and such an abuse of a valuable privilege on account of mere technical errors must be fatal to the success of any remedial project. It would be as reasonable for a lawyer to petition the courts to order a vessel detained in quarantine by the Board of Health because she was infected with yellow fever to be brought to her wharf in the city, and there to have permission to disseminate the disease on board, as it is for the same individual to apply for a writ of certiorari, the effect of which is to take an abandoned woman reeking with disease from an institution where she is under treatment, and allow her to extend the venereal poison to everyone who may have intercourse with her. This must not be understood as indicating a wish to curtail the constitutional privileges attached to writs of habeas corpus or certiorari, but merely their applicability to cases like the supposed one. How can the evil be prevented? Simply by making any legislative enactment on the subject so plain that it cannot be misunderstood or evaded. No lawyer would find any difficulty in drafting a short act giving the police department the power, based upon an affidavit made by a member of their own medical bureau, to remove any diseased woman to a proper hospital and retain her there until cured. It may appear to a casual observer that this detention would be of the same nature as the imprisonment required by the existing mode, but a little thought will point out a wide difference. Now, we force a woman to become an inmate of a penitentiary and add disgrace to her disease by assuming her to have been guilty of crime. Then we should require her to become an inmate of the hospital with no additional disgrace but that arising from the fact that she had contracted syphilis by vicious habits. In the one case, we make her the companion of some of the vilest wretches on the face of the earth. In the other, she would have no associates but those of her own class. The medical bureau to whom these reforms should be entrusted, although connected with the police department, would require to be an independent body so far as professional duties are concerned. Its connection would be necessary, because there would be many cases requiring the intervention of the civil power, and its isolation would be equally important, because much would depend on the discretion of the examiners, and many contingencies might arise where a strict line of routine duty would defeat the object in view. They would be literally a detective PG 650 corps, and with a known amount of duty before them, must be left to choose their own method of performing it. Any definite arrangements or positive orders from a non-medical board would only embarrass their action, for medical and non-medical executives always clash when they aim at one common object. Of course, a leading requirement in their instructions must be that their examinations be rigid and thorough. No halfway measures in this respect could meet the absolute demands of the case, or satisfy the expectations of the community. It must be plainly understood by the world that the medical bureau was required to perform its whole duty, uncompromisingly and fearlessly, and that its members were men who would not evade the responsibility. In their investigations, many cases would occur where their services would be valuable to society, beyond the pale of professional duty. It is not to be expected that they would become evangelists, but they could be the willing and efficient coadjutors of those who delight to bear the gospel to these poor degraded beings. And even while listening to a recital of bodily sufferings, instances would arise where the acts of the Good Samaritan would be required at their hands. They would be the depositaries of many a narrative of wrong and outrage, of sorrow and suffering, and it is not unreasonable to believe that of the histories poured into their ears, some would indicate a channel by which the lost one might be restored to home and friends and virtue, or point to some chord in the mind which would give a responsive sound when touched by the hand of pity. PG 651, the adoption of these suggestions would be, at least, a step in the right direction, and lay the foundation of a system which can be gradually enlarged until it embraces regulations as to registry, management of houses of ill fame, etc., to the same extent as is now done in Europe. And here a few words relative to the licensing system may not be inappropriate. The propriety of granting licenses, and thus making vice a sort of revenue, is open to grave objections, but on the other hand acknowledged social evils have, ere this, been made to contribute to the public funds. Witness the dealing in ardent spirits. The city does now, and has for years derived a considerable income from licenses to sell liquors. A great number of wise and good men contend that the sale or use of intoxicating beverages is not only an unmitigated evil, but even criminal. They have entertained and publicly declared these sentiments for years, but still the license system is continued. It may be a question for decision whether prostitution is not as liable for taxation as drunkenness, and if both were equally taxed whether, as a body, we should be more responsible for the results of one or the other. En passant, it may be noticed that an annual tax of 1% upon the property engaged in the business of prostitution, and a similar assessment upon the revenue of houses of ill fame, would amount to over $100,000. The plan here shadowed forth would not be likely to extend prostitution, but on the contrary, there is very little doubt but it would check it. Even if it did not, the community would reap an advantage in the sanitary reform it would enforce. In low neighborhoods, many of the brothels are as dangerous to public health on account of their crowded and excessively filthy state, as are the syphilized inmates themselves. Such places would legitimately come within the province of the medical inspectors, and their reports thereon to the police executive would ensure immediate attention. Public morals would be advanced by such visitations. These houses, or a great number of them, are the resort of all species of dishonest characters who would unquestionably abandon them, at PG 652, least as places of residence, if they knew they were at any moment liable to a domiciliary visit. Again, almost every person has in his remembrance some female who left home and could not be found, because securely secreted in some one of these houses of prostitution. At least, it is not uncommon to read of such cases in the daily papers, accompanied with an account of the unsuccessful search of her friends and the police. Occurrences like this could not take place if all known houses of bad repute were under the surveillance of the medical police department. Nor is it unreasonable to hope that prostitution would be diminished. It has flourished of late years in seclusion, but our plan would render privacy impossible. Seclusion has attracted many unfortunate women, whom shame or a dread of exposure would have deterred, had they known that houses of ill fame were always open to the visits of the police, or that every few days a physician would make a tour of inspection and a personal examination, to which they must submit. Generally speaking, these women have a dread of falling into the hands of a doctor, and in present circumstances, they know that a medical examination is optional with themselves, until they become so sick as to render it unavoidable. But if their miserable life were burdened with the additional annoyance of a compulsory medical treatment, it is probable that a considerable check might be imposed thereon. Public decency would be advanced by such visitations. To effectually perform their duties, the Medical Bureau and the General Police Department would find it necessary to make themselves personally acquainted with these women, and to keep a register of all houses where prostitution was carried on. Now, the prohibition which has driven it into secrecy has also rendered it difficult to determine who are frail. Prostitutes are found in hotels, fashionable restaurants, steamboat excursions, watering places, and suburban retreats. They visit balls and other public entertainments, sometimes by sufferance, but more frequently because they are not known. It is needless to say how virtuous women can be annoyed and insulted by such companionship, or to what extent prostitutes can use their influence in miscellaneous society. If the police were personally acquainted with these women, they could act in the same manner as on the continent of Europe, namely, touch them upon the shoulder and quietly give them a hint to leave. Or another reform could easily be introduced at the confinement of all prostitutes to particular localities in PG 653 the city, so as to limit their influence. This would be tantamount to the ancient regulations prescribing their dress or some distinctive mark, and to the present arrangements in Europe, where the houses are distinguished by some specified peculiarity. It would also prevent the depreciation of property, which takes place in any neighborhood where a brothel is established. Public decency would be served in another manner. It is a most humiliating admission that New York is fast approaching to the condition of certain foreign cities, where unnatural practices first led to the contemplation and adoption of these or similar remedial measures. In our case, they are known to the authorities, but are so revolting that they never have been, and never can be, made public. Of course, such an organization would take special cognizance of these detestable abominations. Objections to the expense of the plan may be raised, and it cannot be denied that it will be large, yet it will be a matter of economy to incur it, even at the risk of increasing taxation, which it will not do. Recollect that every year, as the virulence of syphilis was abated, the cause of the expense would diminish, and that in a direct ratio to the energy displayed in the examination would be the progressive reduction of expenditure. It has already been indicated how some of the inmates of a syphilitic hospital, from whom hitherto nothing has been received, could be made to contribute their quota of the cost. Now, the public bear all the expenses, either as assessments or as private payments in individual attacks. The magnitude of the latter item has been already estimated, and were it possible to calculate in addition the value of lost time, the injury to business, and the deterioration of the Constitution, the total in 1 year would be far more than sufficient to carry out the whole of this plan for double the time. It would also be economy to incur the outlay on account of the benefits to succeeding generations. Syphilis is not confined in its effects to the lifetime of the men or women who contract it, but is entailed on their descendants. These, provided they survive its baneful effects during infancy, are mentally and physically unfitted for business or the active pursuits of life, and consequently are frequently indebted for the means of sustenance to their friends or to public institutions. If the liability to that disease among parents can be removed, no fears need be entertained about their children. We are not so sanguine as to imagine that all the good effects pg 654, above enumerated, could be accomplished instanter. It would be a work of time, but the sooner it is commenced the better for all the interests involved. Many persons will say, "Oh, these evils do not concern us. These diseases will never injure us or ours. Why should we trouble ourselves and give our money, time, and attention to such matters?" Stop, reader. While human passion exists, and while the means of gratifying it can be obtained, you and yours can and will, nay, do now suffer from it, directly or indirectly. The first question for any citizen to ask himself is, can prostitution be abolished? Can it be crushed out? If this be answered in the negative, as it must be, then the next question brings him to the point sought to be attained in these pages, namely, the means that shall be taken to circumscribe and diminish its consequent diseases and evils. This question has latterly been attracting some attention in England, and plans to mitigate the evil have been publicly discussed. The chief grounds of complaint, or at least those brought most prominently forward, were the assembling of prostitutes in the streets, the annoyance they caused to passengers, and the disorderly character of night houses. This term is applied in London to those public houses, siparooms, wine and cigar saloons, etc., which are situated near the theaters and places of public entertainment, and, being permitted to remain open all night, become resorts for prostitutes. A public meeting for consultation upon these evils was held in London in January last, and the remarks made by some of the speakers are so much in accordance with the general tenor of this work as to be worth extracting. In justice to the writer, it must be premised that the preceding part of this chapter was penned 12 months before the report of this meeting was made public. The chairman observed that he was glad to see so general an interest elicited on this subject, and that he hoped it would lead to some practical result. It would, in fact, be impossible to aggravate the evil, for neither in Paris, Berlin, New York, nor even in the cities of Asia, was there such a public exhibition of profligacy. The following resolutions were submitted and adopted. Resolved, that a deputation do wait as early as possible upon Sir George Grey, for the purpose of most respectfully but earnestly representing to Her Majesty's government the necessity of effectual measures being taken to put down the open exhibition of street prostitution, which in various parts of the metropolis, particularly in the important thoroughfares of the Haymarket, pg 655 Coventry Street, Regent Street, Portland Place, and other adjacent localities, is carried on with a disregard of public decency, and to an extent tolerated in no other capital or city of the civilized world. That such deputation be instructed to urge upon Her Majesty's government the following measures, whereby it is believed that the evil complained of may be effectually controlled. Firstly, the enforcement, upon a systematic plan, and by means of a department of the police specially appointed and instructed for that purpose, of the provisions of the 2D and 3D of Victoria, cap. 47, in reference to street prostitution, which provisions have in certain localities been heretofore carried out with the best effect, and in others have been ineffectual only because acted upon partially, and not upon any uniform system. And secondly, the passing an act for licensing and placing under proper regulations, as to supervision and hours of closing, all houses of entertainment, or for the supply of refreshments, intended to be open to the public after a certain fixed hour, it being matter of public notoriety that the houses of this description, popularly known as night houses, have, by becoming the places of resort of crowds of prostitutes and other idle and disorderly persons at all hours of the night, greatly contributed to the present disgraceful exhibition of street prostitution. That the attention of the government be also directed to the number of foreign prostitutes systematically imported into this country, and to the means of controlling this evil. The substance of one of the addresses made on the subject was as follows. The speaker begged to remind the meeting that a change had already been effected through the action of the police in the aspect of the Haymarket and Regent Street, heretofore so much complained of. The sense that the public eye was upon their class had caused a corresponding amendment in the dress and demeanor of the females frequenting those streets, and the objects of this association were, so far, in good train. Strongly oppressive, or, as some delicately said, repressive measures could only be carried out by an extent of police interference inconsistent with the prejudices of English people, who were indisposed to deny a large extent of personal freedom to persons of even the most disorderly classes who had not absolutely forfeited their civil rights. If the association went the length of advocating that the act of prostitution should involve such forfeiture, and the entire riddance of London streets from the presence of prostitutes, they would soon find their hands over full. Unless they thought it possible to exterminate the vice altogether, they would find that its wholesale clearance from the streets would necessitate registration, licensing, and confinement in certain authorized quarters or streets, as prevailed abroad. But such restrictions would entail a more ample recognition and legalization than had hitherto obtained, pg 656, and so ample, indeed, as to be very distasteful to what was called the religious public. It would be obviously unjust to exempt from pressure the ladylike prosperous harlot, while a miserable, vulgar, painted outcast was consignable, because she stood out from the picture somewhat broadly, to the police cell and the bridewell. The meeting must be aware that there was already abroad among the lower 500,000 of Londoners an impression that the police was already strict enough, and that this opinion was shared by numbers of intelligent men, neither paupers nor criminals. They must remember that many a gentleman of character had passed a night in a police cell for interfering in the defense of prostitutes against the police, and this sentiment would deepen very dangerously if the police pressure were put on double, or, as some would have it, tenfold. The very policemen, two men sprung from the same class of society as those female offenders, were as likely as anyone else to be faint-hearted in the work of relieving the eyes and ears of gentility from the presence of those whose situation they were not slow to trace to the schemes and desires of the genteel class. He did not think that the power of discrimination could be safely entrusted to the ill-paid constables of the Metropolitan Police, and the association of certain ratepayers with the police as witnesses, as hinted at by one of the delegates, would soon, if established, fall into desuetude. With the view of checking the evil in a satisfactory manner, he would recommend the institution of a special service of street orderlies or regulators in uniform, a well-paid, superior, temperate, and discreet class of men, if possible, whose functions should be to observe, not to spy upon all prostitutes, especially those of the street-walking order, and whose circulation, as opposed to loitering and haunting particular spots, they should insist upon. They should work, not by threats, but by entreaty, advice, suggestion, but in case of contumacy, should have the right to call in the regular force. He believed that the right of entry and inspection of all places of ill fame should be vested in the Home Secretary and his delegates, and this would be attained least oppressively by a proper system of licensing. Forced concentration would not be tolerated here, but concentration was valuable, as bringing immorality more under control. Parochial crusades, though prima facie a public blessing, had often the effect of spreading corruption. It was recollected at Cambridge that when a certain proctor made very frequent descents upon the hamlet of Barnwall, where much of the parasitical vices of that university had taken root, the people in question, far from cure or conversion, merely extended their radius into more rural villages. These were so soon corrupted that representations were addressed to the university by the parochial clergy, praying that the plague of Barnwall should be confined to its old bounds, and not let loose upon their simpler parishes. It was notorious that the same kind of thing followed on a very large scale the expulsion of prostitutes from Brussels, and it could not be supposed that the attempt to PG 657 strangle the growth of immorality by broadcasting its seeds, which was found impracticable under the powerful discipline of the English university and the Belgian capital, could answer among this enormous, and when roused, unmanageable population. The evicted of Norton Street in the parish of All Souls had settled quietly down in the next parish. Incompressible as water, the vice had but shifted its ground, and from a really moral point of view, more harm than good had accrued from the change. These remarks do not call for any amplification. A few days after the meeting, a leading article appeared in the London Times. It must be remembered that for many years the settled policy of the conductors of that journal has been to make it rather the exponent than the leader of public opinion, and the importance generally attached to it arises from a knowledge of this fact. We give the article almost entire. There is a very disagreeable subject which we are compelled to bring, although most reluctantly, before the notice of the public, because it has become necessary to bring public opinion to bear upon it. Many clergymen and gentlemen are now associating themselves together for the purpose of dealing in some degree with the notorious evil of street prostitution. It is our earnest desire to give them all the support in our power, so long as they confine themselves to reasonable measures of discouragement and repression. Let us not nourish any visionary expectations. It would be simply idle to suppose that the evil against which we are now directing our efforts can be put down by the strong hand of power. It is with moral as with physical disease. There is no use in looking for an entirely satisfactory result from the treatment of symptoms. There may be alleviation, there may be diminution of the disorder, but there will be no perfect cure. Whatever tends to raise the standard of public morality will also tend to diminish prostitution. In such a case, we are dealing with two parties, the tempter, let us say, and the tempted, with the man and with the woman. It is probably with the first of the two that we should principally concern ourselves if we would bring about any serious result. It is on the sacred action of family life, with the thousand influences it brings to bear upon the minds and conduct of men, that we must chiefly depend if we would see any notable diminution in the numbers of those unfortunate creatures who now parade our streets. Let it be once understood that even among a man's fellows and associates immorality is a thing to be ashamed of, and at least we should get rid of the contagion of vice. Time was, and the time is not a very remote one, when a British gentleman, we speak of all three home divisions of the empire, would nightly stagger or be carried up to his bed fuddled, if not absolutely drunk. A man who should thus expose himself in our own days would be set down as a beast, and his society would be avoided by PG 658 all who set store on their own good name. In this respect, there has been a palpable improvement in the manners of the age. Surely public opinion can be brought to bear against one vice as well as another. The time may come when a man may shrink from presenting himself in the sacred circle of his mother, his sisters, and his other female relatives, reeking from secret immorality. Conscience can turn on a bull's eye as well as a policeman, and the culprit may stand self-convicted, although no one has been there to convict him save himself. The influences, however, of which we speak are of slow growth, and cannot be much quickened by the hand of power. It has become necessary to deal at once with certain results. Now we say it with much shame, that in no capital city of Europe is there daily and nightly such a shameless display of prostitution as in London. At Paris, at Vienna, at Berlin, as everyone knows, there is plenty of vice, but at least it is not allowed to parade the streets, to tempt the weak, to offend and disgust all rightly thinking persons. If anyone would see the evil of which we speak in its full development, let him pass along the Haymarket and its neighborhood at night, when the night houses and the oyster shops are open. It is not an easy matter to make your way along without molestation. In Regent Street, in the Strand, in Fleet Street, the same nuisance, but in a less degree, prevails. Now we are well aware that, if all the unfortunate creatures who parade these localities were swept away tomorrow, if the night houses and oyster shops were closed by the police, we should not have really suppressed immorality. We should, however, have removed the evil from the sight of those who are disgusted and annoyed by its display. And still more, we should have removed it from the sight of those who, probably, had they not been tempted by the sight of these opportunities, would not have fallen. Now, as one practical measure for the discouragement of prostitution, all these night houses and others might be placed under the surveillance of the police. Licenses for opening them and keeping them open might be given only in the cases of persons who offered some guarantees of their respectability. They might be compelled to close at certain hours. In point of fact, the community could tolerate wellnigh any degree of inconvenience inflicted upon their frequenters. In two other analogous cases, similar evils have been dealt with in this way, and with the happiest results. We speak of gaming houses and betting offices. It is quite certain that persons who are firmly resolved to play and to bet will effect their purpose even now, but at least the sum of the evils resulting from these two vices has been greatly diminished, since the community has resolved to withdraw from them its recognition. England should not grant her exequatur to prostitution. This is one thing which might be tried. Another would be to give increased force to clauses which, as we believe, already exist in police acts, by which PG 659, the police are empowered to stop the solicitation and gathering together of prostitutes in the public streets. In such a case, we must trample down definitions and exceptional cases with an elephant's foot, and go straight for results. The rule in all such cases is to give the power, and to leave it in the discretion of the authorities only to employ it on proper occasions. We have ample guarantees nowadays that such discretion cannot be abused. Here, then, are two things which may be done without opening any visionary trenches. The police may be directed to deal with prostitutes, as they do with mendicants, and the centers of pollution may be brought under proper regulation. We know well enough that in such a capital as London, it is hopeless to expect that vice of this description can be expunged altogether from the catalogue of our national sins, but at least let as many difficulties as possible be thrown in its way. Again, the benevolent persons who have taken it in hand to deal with this monstrous evil assert that the introduction of foreign prostitutes, or, what is still worse, of girls yet uncontaminated, for the purposes of prostitution, might be discouraged much more than it is, perhaps wellnigh totally prevented. Undoubtedly, England does not desire free trade in prostitution. Preventive measures upon this subject are surrounded with difficulties, but that is no reason for despair, but one for additional exertion. Very numerous and influential meetings have been held upon this subject, and we augur well of their success. There was no display of ultra-puritanic rigor, no attempt to deal with impossibilities. The speakers in the main contended that the public exhibition of prostitution might be successfully dealt with, even if the vice were beyond their reach. Our streets, at least, can be purged of the public scandal, the disgraceful night houses may be deprived of their powers of corruption, the keepers of brothels may be brought under the lash of the law, and the importation of foreign prostitutes may be diminished, if not put down altogether, if the public will take the subject up in earnest. Such were the principal points on which the speakers insisted. At least their views deserve a trial. This plan is calculated to restrict prostitution by placing it under surveillance. It requires no additional licensing system, as every public house, wine shop, or cigar shop in London, whether kept open at day or night, whether of a respectable or immoral class, requires a license under the excise laws. The proposals just quoted urge that the permission to keep these places of entertainment should be limited, and given only in the cases of persons who offered some guarantees of their respectability. It will be necessary for the reader to bear in mind that night houses are not houses of prostitution, but merely resorts for prostitutes, as already mentioned, as, in default of this, a natural PG 660 construction would be that the Times proposed to license brothels. The two are as distinct as possible, and it would be as consistent to style some of the fashionable oyster saloons and restaurants of New York houses of ill fame because abandoned women resort to them, as to class the night houses of London in that catalogue. They are simply places for public refreshment in the neighborhoods of theaters, markets, etc., which are permitted to continue open all night in deference to a supposed public requirement, and though, from the character of their visitants, They cannot be considered schools of morality or decency, yet no prostitution takes place in them. The interests of the proprietors guard against this, as it would immediately cause the licenses to be revoked and consequently close the place entirely. By placing the resorts of London, prostitutes under this restriction, much would be gained. So far as the public decency of the streets and the transit of passengers are concerned, but no possible check would be imposed on the ravages of disease. The proposition at the meeting to license the brothels would do this. But, as was anticipated by the speaker, it would be very distasteful to the religious public, and the act of recognition would be immediately construed as an act of approval, or at least of sanction. That it would not merit this censure must be evident. The only approval or sanction given to the vice would, in fact, consist in saying to the keepers of houses of ill fame, "We shall not attempt to close your doors, for we know that would be impossible, but we shall claim the right of entry at any moment to watch your proceedings." It has ever been an unquestioned policy to choose the least of two evils when you must take one, and if the British government should ever license brothels, they will certainly adopt the theory. To the population of London, less danger would inure from this toleration than from the unknown, unwatched courtesans who haunt their streets. Many an apparently respectable man will follow a woman into a house of prostitution when it is conducted quietly and furtively, who would hesitate before he accompanied her into a known and licensed brothel, while many a stranger who may date his physical ruin, and possibly the loss of character and honor, from the hour when he entered a private house of prostitution, would be saved many a bitter memory had an official recognition of its true character met him on its threshold, and intimated that it was the resort of the abandoned and PG 661 vicious. In London, as in New York, we do not believe that illicit sexual intercourse can be carried to any greater extent than it is now. So no danger of an increase of vice need be apprehended there from any measures calculated to remove some of the ulterior and fatal effects of dissipation. In contrast to the public display of immorality in the streets of London is the following description of prostitution in Paris. It is extracted from the foreign correspondence of a New York journal. Paris, Thursday, May 27, 1858. In a late letter on the subject of the turning boxes of the foundling hospitals, I spoke of the repugnance of Protestant communities to any official compromise with one sin in order even to destroy a greater. For that the secret reception of illegitimate children by the state does contribute enormously to the extinction of the crime of infanticide, while it does not generally increase the number of these unfortunate children, is too well shown by statistics to remain longer a question for discussion. But we have another, and a more striking example of this repugnance to a collusion with one evil in order to smother out another, and a greater in the want of legislation in Protestant countries on the subject of prostitution. For many months, as you know, the municipality officers, the churchwardens, and the journals of London have been excited over this very question of prostitution, and no wonder. One need but to leave Paris and fall suddenly in the streets of London at an advanced hour of the evening to comprehend the excitement of its citizens on this subject. To the Frenchman, crossing the Channel is like crossing the river Styx. He falls suddenly into a pandemonium of street disorder and drunken licentiousness for which he is not prepared. He recalls Murray's terrible picture in Nesum, and does not find it overdrawn. He sees nothing like this in his own city, and he is surprised beyond measure, for he has been taught to believe in the Puritanism of Protestant countries. When an American or an Englishman, habituated to the revolting night scenes of New York or London, first arrives in Paris, he is astonished at the absolute absence of similar scenes in our streets. He has, perhaps, arrived here with the impression most foreigners doth at prostitution, and revelry and drunken debauchery stalk forth in the day and render hideous the night. But he forgets that he has arrived in a city where there are laws and a police to execute themen, a city where refinement and the proprieties of life are carried to their extreme perfection, and where such license and debauchery as prevails in English and American cities would be an absolute contradiction to the spirit and habits of the people. The reader will please observe that I do not speak of the morals of the people, but of their ideas of decorum and of the proprieties of life, of what is due to decency and an ordinary respect for appearances. PG 662, this extreme attention to appearances is, in fact, one of the principal attractions of a residence in Paris. The city is not only maintained free of inanimate filth, but of animate filth as well, At least, you are not forced to see it if you do not wish to. In London, no lady dare walk out unattended after 8 o'clock in the evening, and after 11 o'clock she will have her eyes and ears insulted, no matter how well attended, while in Paris she may remain in the streets to any hour of the night, and neither have her eyes offended nor her ears insulted. How is this happy result accomplished? In 1851, the official register of the police of Paris showed 4,300 public girls on its books. The number now may be stated at 5,000. These girls and the houses in which they live are subjected to a series of stringent laws, which renders them innoxious and inoffensive to the community, the police adopting the principle that since it is impossible to suppress the evil, it should be rendered as inoffensive to the public eye and to the public salubrity as possible. All these houses are obliged to be closed at 11 o'clock precisely. The girls are obliged to remain in the house, and the windows are always covered with blinds, night and day. A few girls are permitted, here and there, to walk up and down in front of their door from 7 to 11 o'clock precisely, but it is against the law to accost the passers-by. The houses are visited once a week by a medical and an ordinary inspectorial inspectors, appointed by government, and not humbugging ward politicians. Another class of girls, and much the larger class, are those who frequent the public balls, concerts, and theatres, girls who live alone in public lodging-houses, and who, for the most part, are not enrolled on the police books nor submitted to the ordinary sanitary regulations. But this class are no more permitted than the rest, either in the street or at their favorite evening resorts, to accost people for purposes of commerce. The streets and the public balls are full of policemen in citizens' dress, whose business it is to detect such girls as violate the law in regard to addressing people, and to put their names on the police books, thus requiring them to take out a license, and to submit to all the police regulations on the new class to which they have entered. As a girl regards herself as forever lost when her name is once placed on the police book, and as she never knows when an officer's eye may be upon her, she takes good care to violate as rarely as possible this law prohibiting solicitations in public. This class are always elegantly dressed. It is notorious even that they are the first to initiate and to propagate those very fashions which make the tour of the world as the latest Paris modes. Many of them are reserved and elegant in their manners, and require a punctiliousness of etiquette which would not be out of place in the most aristocratic saloon. But one of the great aids to the Paris police in the maintenance of public decency in this class is the fact that they do not use strong drinks. A drunken public woman is never seen. As liquor pg 663 is the greatest debaser of mankind, this one fact strikes out a marked line of distinction between this class here and in England and the United States. The great majority do not lose their self-respect, and they take good care of their health, hoping later on to reform and get married. This is here the rule, whereas in England and the United States they throw themselves away as rapidly as possible. It is thus that the fashionable promenades of Paris, the public balls, and the gardens even, may be frequented by ladies and children at all hours of the evening and night without once seeing any of those offensive movements of public women, so common in the streets of English and American cities. Contrast this state of things with that of London. Let the reader, if he has ever lived there, recall to mind the Strand, the Haymarket, Piccadilly, Leicester Square, and Regent Street, fashionable business quarters of the city. One hesitates to enter upon a description of such a scene. It refreshes his historical recollections of the decadence of Rome. His name should be Plato to look upon such sights. The streets swarm with drunken and foul-spoken young girls, often mere children, and when I say swarm, I mean that you have to push your way to get through them. Is it then strange that the citizens of London should feel scandalized at this state of things, or that its journals or its churchwardens should seek to find a remedy for the nuisance? They will think of everything else before they arrive at the simple, effective, and beautifully working Paris system, because they are a Protestant people and must not compromise with a sin. It must be left to find its own level. Honorable citizens must consent to allow their sons, often their families, to come in contact with these demoralizing, stony-hearted horrors of the streets. They must suffer individually and as a community from the vile tendencies of street prostitution, because they hesitate to legalize it and to give it over to the care of the police. To see the finest evening promenades of a Protestant and Christian city given up exclusively to the unutterable shames and horrors of street prostitution is a problem in the catalogue of inconsistencies which Catholic and infidel France cannot fathom. In France, the law acts on the principle that for a public woman to be seen in the street is an insult to public taste, and hence, when it is necessary for these girls to be conveyed to prison, to the hospital, or to the dispensary of the prefecture of police, they are mounted in close carriages constructed for the purpose, or when by hazard they are obliged to take a public fiacre, they are required to keep the blinds down. You may say what you please about the surface morality of the French, but their respect for the public eye does honor to their civilization, and their law on this evil would be well adopted elsewhere. There is no truer principle in civil government than that the moral sores of society should be hidden as much as possible from the public view. For it is now too late in the day to combat the maxim long ago put in print by Pope. That vice is propagated pg 664 by a familiarity with it. The French law may be culpable in permitting masked balls and the keeping of concubines, but these are affairs that belong to the interior, which the public need not see if they do not wish to. The important distinction is that the French law does not compel an honest father of a family, in returning from church or theater, to push his way through mobs of drunken lewd women, who salute his children's ears with language they ought never to hear. In one of its last articles on the general subject of prostitution, the London Times makes some judicious remarks which are completely verified in the same class in Paris. Thus the Times declares that the proper method of diminishing the number of these unfortunates, for to think of eradicating the evil is an illusion, is not by missionary efforts directed to them, but rather to their poor parents, for these poor girls were raised in sin, and never made a fall. The same thing holds good here. 95% of all the public women of Paris are born and raised in filthiness of mind and body. At the age of 10, 12, and 14 years, they are already prostitutes and thieves, and when they get their first silk dress, their first fine toilet, earned in their shameful profession, they take a step higher in the scale of morality. For then they cease to steal, they acquire a certain degree of pride in their conduct, they are more respectful and decently behaved. So that, paradoxical as it may seem, the immense majority of the public women of Paris, instead of making a fall, have actually been promoted in the scale of morality. But all these women know nothing else than the life in which they have been raised. They are fit for nothing else. They are incorrigibly averse to all the moral suasion that can be addressed to them, and the real remedy is an enlightenment of the parents of such children, a general improvement in the moral tone of the lowest classes. In fine, if it is an evil which cannot be eradicated, if the children of beggars and ragpickers and concierges will fall into evil-doing, it is right to protect society at least from the public demonstration of their vile occupation by the passage of effective police laws. As an indication that the sentiments advanced in this chapter are entertained by others of the medical profession, and as endorsing our views to a considerable extent, the reader's attention is requested to the annexed report adopted at a special meeting of the Medical Board of Bellevue Hospital, New York, in reply to interrogatories addressed to them by Isaac Townsend, Esquire, President of the Board of Governors of the Almshouse, by whose direction they are embodied in this work, and also to a report from H. N. Whittlesey, 1500, resident physician of the Nursery Hospital, Randall's Island, on the same subject. pg 665 copy. Report of the Medical Board of Bellevue Hospital, in reply to interrogatories of Isaac Townsend, Esquire, President of the Board of Governors of the Almshouse, upon constitutional syphilis. Office of the Governors of the Almshouse, Rotunda, Park. New York, August 24, 1855. To the Medical Board, Bellevue Hospital. Gentlemen, I am led to believe that a large number of the inmates of Bellevue Hospital are affected with syphilis in some of its many forms, and believing that the governors of the almshouse are called upon to take measures to remove, as far as possible, the cause of this great malady, to dry up the sources of an evil which prevails so extensively, saps the health and taxes the wealth of the city, etc., largely, and believing farther that, if the vice cannot be stayed, humanity as well as policy would suggest that the dangers which surround it can be lessened, I propose a few interrogatories tending toward the accomplishment of this great object, desiring your views upon them in reply as early as 1st of October. 1. What percentage of the total number of patients admitted to Bellevue Hospital suffer directly or indirectly from syphilis? 2. Are there not patients admitted to Bellevue Hospital whose diseases are attributable to the taint of syphilis? and have not many of the inmates been forced to place themselves under treatment therein, and thus become dependent on the city, from being unfitted in body and mind for the ordinary duties of life in consequence of syphilitic diseases. 3 are not the children of parents, thus affected unhealthy. 4. What means, in your opinion, could be adopted to eradicate or lessen the disease in the city? By giving the above queries your earliest attention, you will greatly oblige your very obedient servant. Isaac Townsend, President. At a special meeting of the Medical Board of Bellevue Hospital, held December 18, 1855, the following report, in answer to a letter from Isaac Townsend, Esquire, President of the Board of Governors of the Almshouse, dated August 24, 1855, touching the subjects of syphilis and prostitution, was read by Dr. Alonzo Clark, chairman of the committee appointed by the Medical Board to consider and reply to said letter. On motion, the report was accepted and ordered for transmission to the President of the Board of Governors, after having received the signatures of the President and Secretary. John T. Metcalf, 1,500. Secretary Pro Tem, to the Medical Board of Bellevue Hospital. New York, December 1855. PG 666. Report on Prostitution and Syphilis. To Isaac Townsend, Esquire, President of the Board of Governors of the Almshouse. In answer to your inquiries, the Medical Board of Bellevue Hospital respectfully reply that they caused a census of the hospital to be taken on the 24th October last, for the purpose of ascertaining what proportion of the patients had suffered from venereal diseases. From that enumeration, they learned that out of 477 persons then under medical and surgical treatment, 142, or about 1/3, had been so affected. In the several divisions of the house, the numbers are as follows, viz. Of 72 females on the surgical side, 17, or 1 in 424. Of 130 females on the medical side, 17, or 1 in 8 nearly. Of 118 males on the medical side, 45, or 1 in 26. Of 127 males on the surgical side, 63, or 1 in 2. So that out of 245 males then under treatment, 108, or 1 in 227, had had some form of venereal disease, and among 202 females, 34, or 1 in 6, had been similarly affected. Of the whole number who confessed that they had had affections of this class, 106 had had syphilis, and 36 had had gonorrhea. Of the 106 who had had syphilis, 53, or just 1/2, were still laboring under the influence of the poison with which they had been inoculated, in many instances, years before. As almost all these patients were admitted for other diseases, or with affections which the physician alone would recognize as the remote effects of syphilis, it is perhaps fair to assume that they represent, with some exaggeration, the class of society from which they come. The board has been favored with the census of the New York Hospital Broadway, taken for the purpose of ascertaining the proportion of syphilitic cases among the patients of that institution, from which it appears that the whole number of patients on the 8th of December was 233, and that 99 of that number had had venereal disease, and 37 were then under treatment for the same affections recently contracted. Counting the old cases alone, most of which were admitted, probably, for other diseases, this proportion considerably exceeds that above recorded for Bellevue Hospital, it being as high as 1 in 235. It is proper, however, in this connection to state that the returns for Bellevue Hospital are believed to be incomplete. They are based in a considerable degree on the confessions of the patients, and it is known that many, especially among the women, have denied any contamination, when facts, subsequently developed, have shown that their statements were not true. Is it to be believed, then, that 1 in 3, or even 1 in 4, of that PG 667 large class of our population, whose circumstances compel them to seek the occasional aid of medical charities, are tainted with venereal poison? This the Medical Board do not think they are authorized to state, but the facts here cited, and others within their reach, justify them in saying that venereal diseases prevail to an alarming extent among the poor of the city. The large number of women sent by the police courts to be treated for these diseases at the penitentiary hospital would alone be sufficient evidence of this. Yet such persons constitute but a small proportion of those who, even among the poor, suffer from these disorders. dispensary physicians, and those in private practice can show a much longer list of the victims of impure intercourse. But the disease is not confined to this class. The advertisements which crowd the newspapers, introduced by men who confine their practice to one class of disease, in which they have treated 20,000 cases, more or less, demonstrate how large is the company of irregulars who live and grow rich on the harvest of these grapes of Sodom. And yet their long list of unfortunates would disclose but a fraction of the evil among those who are able to pay for medical services. The medical board are unable to state what proportion of the income of regular and qualified physicians in the city is derived from the treatment of venereal diseases, but they know it is large, and that many who never advertise their skill receive more from this source than from all other sources together. They believe that there is no one among the unavoidable diseases, however prevalent, for the treatment of which the well-to-do citizens of New York pay one half so much as they pay to be relieved from the consequences of their illicit pleasures. The city bills of mortality give little information regarding the frequency of venereal affections. Louis' venerea keeps its place in the tables and counts its score or two of deaths annually. Although this class of disorders is not frequently fatal, except among children, it is credited with only a fraction of the work it actually performs. The physician does not feel called upon, in his return of the causes of death, to brand his patient's memory with disgrace, or to record an accusation against near relatives. During infancy, the real disease is buried under such terms as marasmus, atrophia, infantile debility, or inflammation, while in adults, inflammation of the throat, phagna, ulceration, scrofula, and the like, take the responsibility of the death. These affections are strictly what the advertisers denominate them, private decease leprosy, which the unfortunate always strives to conceal, and so long as it spares his speech and countenance, usually succeeds in concealing. The physician is his only confidant, and the physician refers all to the class of innocent secrets, which are not to be revealed. The public, therefore, know little of the prevalence of such diseases, and still less of the fearful ravages they are capable of making. Pg 668 still. As has been just said, syphilis is not often the immediate cause of death in adults. After its first local effects are overran, these, though generally mild, are sometimes frightful. The poison lingers in the system, ready to break out on any provocation in some one of its many disgusting manifestations, often deforming and branding its victim, threatening life and making it a burden, and yet refusing the poor consolation of a grave. Like the vulture which fed on the entrails of the too amorous Titius, it tortures and consumes, but is slow to destroy, and often its visible brand, like the scarlet badge once worn by the adulteress, proclaims a lasting disgrace. The protracted suffering of mind and body produced by this class of distempers, the ever-changing and often loathsome form of their secondary accidents, and the almost ineradicable character of the poison, seem almost to justify an old opinion, sanctioned by a papal bull as late as 1826, that these diseases are an avenging plague, appointed by heaven as a special punishment for a special sin. The relentless character of syphilitic diseases stands out in painful relief in its transmission from parent to offspring. Here it is, indeed, that the children's teeth are set on edge, because the fathers have eaten sour grapes. The contaminated husband or wife is left through years of childlessness or of successive bereavements to mourn over early follies, and to repent when repentance is fruitless. The syphilitic man or woman can hardly become the parent of a healthy child. A young man has imbibed the contagion, it has become constitutional. After a few weeks or months perhaps of treatment, the visible signs of the disease no longer torment him. He has contracted a matrimonial alliance, and soon marries a healthy and virtuous woman. He flatters himself that he is cured. A few months suffice to give him painful proof of his error, for then his growing hopes of paternity are suddenly blasted. Instead of the child of his hopes, he sees a shriveled and leprous corpse. This is but the first in a series of similar misfortunes. He has poisoned the fruit of his loins, and again, and still again, it falls withered and dead. At length nature seems to have triumphed over this foe to domestic happiness, and the parents' hearts are gladdened by the sight of a living child. Their joy is short-lived. The child is feeble and sickly, and in a few days or weeks, another death is added to the penance list of the humbled and grieving father. This mournful story will need no essential changes in the narration, should the poison of impure intercourse, legitimate or illicit, linger in the veins of the mother. A child of such a connection may be born in apparent health, But before 6 months have passed, some one of the numerous forms of infantile syphilis will be likely to appear and threaten its life. In the contest which follows between disease and the treatment, the physician is commonly PG 669 victorious, but the contest is in many cases protracted, and often it is to be renewed again and again. And after all, it is not believed that children thus tainted at their birth often grow up and acquire that degree of health and vigor which is popularly ascribed to a good constitution. These are facts familiar to physicians practicing in large towns, but the history of inherited syphilis is not complete. If in the case just recited, the wife escaped contamination from her husband and her unborn child, yet the sad consequences of that husband's folly are not yet exhausted. That tainted child, now a sickly nursling at her breast, has a venom in its ulcerated lips which can inoculate the mother with its own loathsome poison, while it draws its sustenance from the sacred fountain of infantile life. But this is not all. These little innocents sometimes spread their disease through the whole circle of those who bestow on them their care and kindness. The contagion spreads through the use of the same spoon, the same linen, and even by that highest token of affection, a kiss. It has been known that a single diseased child has contaminated its mother, a hired nurse, and through that nurse, the nurse's child, and in addition to these, the husband's mother and the mother's sister. Such are sometimes the weighty consequences of a single error. Prevention. That the great source of the venereal poison is prostitution requires no argument. The first question, then, to be answered is, can prostitution be prevented? In answering this question, it is necessary to remember that the history of the world demonstrates the existence of this vice in all ages, and among all nations, since the day its first pages were written. The appetite which incites it has always been stronger than moral restraint, stronger than the law. No rigor of punishment, no violence of public denunciation, neither exile, nor the dungeon, nor yet the disgusting malady with which nature punishes the practice has ever effected its extermination, even for a single year. Great as this evil has always been, it cannot be denied that in our own time some of the accidents of what is called the progress of society tend, at least in large towns, greatly to increase it. The expenses of living are everywhere the great obstacle to early marriages, whether such expenses be positively necessary or be demanded by the social position of the individual, the fashion of his class, and therefore become relatively necessary. Wherever these expenses increase more rapidly than the rewards of labor, marriage becomes impossible for a constantly increasing number, or can only be purchased at the price of social position. But abstinence from marriage does not abolish or moderate the natural appetites. The great law of nature, on which the existence of the race depends, is not abrogated by any artificial state of society. Moral or religious principles will restrain its operations in some, human laws in some, the fear of PG 670 consequences in some. Yet there always have been, and probably always will be, many of both sexes who are not restrained by any of these considerations. These have sustained, and probably will continue to sustain, not only prostitution but houses of prostitution, in the face of every human law. Suppressed in one form, it immediately assumes another. Again pursued, it retreats to hiding places where darkness and secrecy protect it from the pursuer. Severe penalties have heretofore only increased the evils of prostitution. If 100 women are consigned to prison for this vice today, before a month has elapsed 100 more have taken their places, and the 100, though punished, are not reformed. Impelled by a love of their profession, or some by the passion to emulate the more fortunate of their sex in the finery of dress, a passion which first occasioned their fall, many by want, and all by a sense that they are outcasts, they are no sooner liberated than they return with new zeal to the life from which they have been detained only by force. Severe laws compel secrecy, they can do no more. When prostitution is criminal, disease, if known to others, is a practical conviction. Under such circumstances, the contaminated will be slow to confess disease, and so subject themselves to punishment. Yet their passions and their necessities alike forbid even temporary abstinence. They spread disease without limit. Under this fact lies an important thought. Were it no more disgraceful to contract syphilis than it is to have fever and ague, the diseased would seek early relief, which is nearly equivalent to certain relief, and the disorder would soon be confined to the pitiable few who have lost in drunkenness, and misery the instinctive dread of all that is foul and disgusting in personal disease. Prostitution, it is true, would then be restored to its old Roman dignity, yet venereal disease could then be reached, and all but eradicated. But a respectable syphilis does not belong to our age and nation. It lost caste in the beginning, and its exploits in modern times have not been of a character to win it friends. The supposition aims only to show, by contrast, the evils of well-intended, but probably injudicious legislation. Regarding pains and penalties, if the whip, confiscation, and banishment, in the hands of Charlemagne and St. Louis, aided by a right goodwill and all the powers of a military despotism, could not suppress prostitution, or even prevent the opening of houses of prostitution. If penal laws in Europe, from the days of these earnest princes until now, have utterly failed of their object, as they notoriously have, it is fair to ask how much more can prohibitory laws accomplish in a country where the right of private judgment and personal liberty in speech and action are the very foundation of the body politic. They have hitherto been ineffectual. In spite of such laws, the vice is increasing. In consequence of such laws, its most enormous physical evil is extending its baleful influence through every rank and circle of society. Pg 671, it is still emphatically the plague of the poor. It still brings sorrow and misery to the firesides of the affluent and titled. A utopian view of the perfectibility of man might look for the remedy to this evil in universal early marriages, in domestic happiness, and in a universal moral sense, which will compel men and women to keep their marriage vows. But taking man as he is, we find the tides of society set with constantly increasing strength against early marriages, that domestic happiness is not synonymous with marriage, whether early or late, and that the moral sense which should teach all men to observe even their solemn promises would be miraculous. For these things, the law has done all that has been thought wise to attempt, probably all that it can do. But it may be asked, if government has the power to relieve society of the vice of drunkenness, why despair of its power regarding prostitution? In reply, it may be asked if the drunkard himself is ever cured of his vicious appetite by penalties. The statute despairs of this. It even recognizes its inability to prevent the sale of intoxicating drinks while they exist. It therefore claims the right to seize and destroy them. Can it seize on and destroy the inborn passion which fills and supports houses of prostitution? Then it cannot do for the one what it hopes to do for the other. Again, the suppression of slavery and the slave-trade have been cited in this connection as illustrating the power of law. In trespass, theft, violence, or fraud, someone is wronged, and those who have been injured seek to bring the offender to justice. Here there is no aggrieved person. All who are in interest are so in interest that they deprecate the interference of all law, except what they claim to believe is the law of nature. But is there no hope in the societies of moral reform, for the suppression, or even checking of the general vice? None whatever. The association in New York deserves much praise for its zealous benevolence. They have brought back some of these erring women to the paths of virtue, but they have done no more to stop the current of prostitution than he could do to dry up the current of the Hudson who dips water with a bucket. In truth, it may be said that the paths of virtue have been found to be slippery places for some that would be thought converts. Wisdom's ways have been found too peaceful for these daughters of excitement. This is said in no spirit of disparagement to the efforts of the society. They may well be proud of what they have done, but it is said to show how little the kindest and the best can do to reclaim those who have once fallen from virtue and honor. Let the great fact, then, be well understood that prohibitory measures have always failed, and from the nature of the case, must forever fail to suppress prostitution. Let this additional fact, illustrated in the foregoing remark, be well considered, that penalties do not reform the offender, but that they enforce Pg 672 secrecy in the offense, and silence regarding its consequences, which is a chief cause of the present wide diffusion of the venereal poison. What, then, is the proper province of legislation in this important matter? The wise lawgiver does not attempt impossibilities. He knows that laws which experience has demonstrated cannot be enforced teach disrespect and disobedience to all law. He knows that human passions cannot be changed by human legislation. He knows that, if he attempt the impossible greater in the control of vice, he is certain to neglect the possible and important less. He knows that the river will not cease to flow at his command. If it overflows and desolates, He raises its banks and dikes in the flood to prevent a general inundation. For hundreds of years, the governments of Europe have tried in vain to dry up the sources of prostitution. With the opening of the present century, they began to dike in the river and prevent avoidable mischief. For a long time, we too have had laws against prostitution, which, with every proper effort on the part of those in authority, have proved as useless as those who live by this illicit traffic could diarrheas mischievous in spreading disease as the quack advertiser could wish. Is it not time, then, to inquire whether we have not attempted too much? Whether, if we attempt less, we shall not accomplish more? May we not be able to limit and control what we have not the power to prevent? If we cannot do all that a large benevolence might wish to accomplish, in the name of humanity, is it not our duty to do what is useful and practicable all that is possible? While the medical board are persuaded that by a change of policy, such as is suggested by the facts and reasons herewith submitted, much can be done to limit and control prostitution, and much more toward the eradication of venereal diseases, they are not yet prepared to offer the details of a plan by which they hope these important ends can be attained. With the assistance of the Board of Governors, they are now in correspondence with the medical officers of many of the larger cities of Europe, where restrictive measures have replaced prohibitory. When they have obtained the information which they hope this correspondence will furnish, they will ask leave to submit a supplementary report. John W. Francis, 1500, President. John T. Metcalf, 1500, Secretary Pro Tem. Note, it is believed that not far from 10% of the inmates of Bellevue Hospital are admitted for affections which have their origin remotely in venereal disease. A certain form of rheumatism, certain inflammations of the throat, eyes, bones, and joints, stricture and cutaneous eruptions are the most common diseases of this class. What proportion, if any, of those who suffer from scrofula and scrofulous inflammations, from consumption and other chronic diseases, owe their present illness to a constitutional syphilitic vice, inherited or acquired, there are no means of determining satisfactorily. PG 673. Medical Board, Bellevue Hospital, New York. John W. Francis, 1500, President. Isaac Wood, 1500, John T. Metcalf, 1500, Alonzo Clark, 1500, Benjamin W. M. Creddy, 1500, Isaac B. Taylor, 1500, George T. Eliot, 1500, B. Fordyce Barker, 1500, Valentine Mott, 1500, Alexander H. Stevens, 1500, James R. Wood, 1500, Willard Parker, 1500, Charles 500, Smith, 1500, Louis A. Sayer, 1500, John J. Crane, 1500, John A. Lytle, 1500, Stephen Smith, 1500, copy. Report of Dr. H. N. Whittlesey, resident physician of Randall's Island, in answer to certain queries of Isaac Townsend, Esquire, Governor of the Almshouse, upon constitutional syphilis. New York, November 28, 1855. Dear Sir, from repeated conversations with you, I am led to believe that many diseases incidental to the children on Randall's Island may properly be traced to parents who are affected with constitutional syphilis. Please give me your views as to the following questions as early as 10th December. 1. Among the children under your care, to what extent does inherited syphilis exist? 2. Under what form does constitutional syphilis present itself, and what diseases are attributable to its taint? 3. Are not the children of parents, thus affected unhealthy, scrofulous, subject to diseases of the eye, joints, etc.? Very respectfully, Isaac Townsend, Governor A.H. Dr. H. N. Whittlesey, Resident Physician, R1, Randall's Island, Dec. 24, 1855. Isaac Townsend, Esquire, President of the Board of Governors of the Almshouse. Dear Sir, in regard to the interrogatories contained in your note of a recent date on the subject of hereditary syphilis, I have the honor to reply. 1. Regarding its prevalence, it is a matter of record that 9/10 of all diseases treated in this hospital during the past 5 years have been of constitutional origin, and for the most part hereditary. These diseases assume a variety of forms and involve nearly every structure of the body, terminating in cachexia, marasmus, phagna, etc., etc. The exact proportion which hereditary syphilis bears to this sum of constitutional depravity cannot be stated with accuracy for the following reasons. PG 674 children are admitted to this institution between 2 and 15 years of age, thus throwing out of the category infantile syphilis in all its forms, and except in few cases, showing none of its specific characteristics, having been modified by appropriate treatment, but manifests itself by general constitutional depravity, and determines a great variety of diseases, embracing nearly every form of skin disease, affection of the mucous membranes and their dependencies, diseases of the eye and ear, of the bones, especially of joints, etc., proving the prolific and lamentable source of many of the diseases incident to children of the class presented in this institution. Making, then, due allowance for its masked form, in which the consequences of inherited syphilis appear in this institution, together with the absence of the previous history both of patients and parents, it is believed an approximate estimate may be made of the part which this malady bears to the sum of constitutional disease. From the foregoing facts, and from careful observation during the past few years in this branch of the almshouse department, it appears that human degradation is the source of the stream of pollution supplying this hospital with disease, and farther, that of all the vices which make up the sum total of depravity, both moral and physical, prostitution and its consequences furnish the larger proportion. Here we have the sad picture presented of a large number of children doomed to an early grave, or to breathe out their miserable existence bearing a loathsome disease, carrying the penalties of vice of which they themselves are innocent, being a generation contaminated, and capable only of contaminating in turn. In the above sketch, I have confined my statement to syphilis as manifested in the nursery hospital, where the average number of cases of disease treated is about 2,000. From this field is excluded every variety of the disease except the one, viz., constitutional syphilis affecting children after having been modified by treatment in the infant. H.N. Whittlesey, 1500. It has been stated already that the information obtained in the course of this investigation is, to a very great degree, undoubtedly reliable. But a few words more in reference to the same subject will not be out of place, if we consider the importance such information assumes when it is made the basis of serious deduction. These women were examined singly and alone, and a person who has been engaged for a number of years in any particular inquiry is able, by his experience, to judge whether his informants are speaking the truth in their replies. For this, among other reasons, we are satisfied that in almost every case there was no deception practiced, but that the answers obtained were true in all essential points. Another evidence of correctness is the degree of congruity PG 675 that characterized the greater part of the replies. Farther than this, a reference to the questions themselves as reprinted in Chapter 32 will show that they were so arranged that falsehoods would be easily detected unless very carefully contrived before the time of examination, of which those examined had no notice, and consequently no opportunity for fraud or deception could possibly exist. It is not denied that there were many difficulties to be encountered, although the mode of operation was simple. It may be briefly described as follows. The captain of each police district, and oftentimes the writer with him, explained his object to the keeper of the house, assuring her that there was no intention to annoy, harass, or expose her, and particularly that no prosecutions should be based upon any information thus collected. This latter promise was supported by a letter from a high legal functionary addressed to the mayor and police department, assuring them that the particulars they collected should not be used in any manner prejudicial to the women themselves, as it was believed that a collection of the necessary information required by such a work as the present would be productive of good to the city. When satisfied upon the subject of prosecution, they were told that the real motive was to obtain correct particulars of prostitution without exposing individual cases, so as to enable the public to judge of its extent, and assist them in forming an opinion as to the necessity of arrangements which would ultimately become protective to our citizens at large, as well as to housekeepers and courtesans, and many of the housekeepers expressed a hope that the design might be accomplished. Their interests, therefore, led them to speak the truth. In short, from the precautions taken, and from the result itself, very little doubt can be entertained as to the authenticity of the principal part of the replies on all essential points, and upon this consideration, These replies have been made the basis of the description and remarks upon prostitution in New York. The task is completed, and the reader's attention may be invited to the various facts substantiated, as embodied in the following.